Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
Man, this whole Jaguar right stuff is heating up. I don't know why she even tried to pull me out of the darkness into the situation, but it's interesting. So, for some reason, she decided, to implement me into some trafficking thing with Lagena. Say that I was a new Lagena beforehand, and we all know, based on previous videos, that hell no, that's not what happened. So King World, shouts out to him. He talked to me about the whole situation, and I gave my account about what happened, and I'm going to play that. So shouts out to King World, because I really have not been talking about Jaguar. I've not been. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I've been over on different channels getting cussed out about different stuff, religion, things like that. I've been on a whole nother trajectory. But for some reason, this woman wants to drag me up out of something and make it about I knew Lagena beforehand. She don't want to take no responsibility or no accountability for anything that she is a part of, right? And that, it really irritates me, because that you called me. It's weird when someone knows something and then you hear them lie about it, and it's like, what are you why are you doing that? Why are you lying? So I'm going to play this video. Shouts out to King World, and we're going to go through it. Okay, so let's go. Found out she was pregnant. Found out she was pregnant. Everything was off the table. So imagine, I'm over here, yeah, she's talking to her mom. Everything's going good. She's about to go and visit her mom. It was in the plan. She was going to go visit her mom wherever her mom is living at. So I initially started out the conversation talking about Velvet, because I really felt like that she was really giving the short end of the stick when it really came down. I really wanted to help Velvet. I really wanted to, get her back with her mom. I had the best intentions with Velvet, but there's so many forces, you know what I'm saying? When it come down to that, that cult, then Jaguar got involved. It just muddied the water, previous situations with each other, people wanting to exploit that. That's the part that's just crazy, right? And my overall thing was really only just trying to help. Okay, I love her daughters, beautiful daughters. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, let's put them in the pageants. If whatever you need, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you need for your daughters, I'm here for you. And then we began to have our own relationship, and she actually came to me like, hey, you smoke the cigarettes. My uncle used to do the same thing. I'm kind of concerned about you. She really she was a very concerned person. You know what I'm saying? And I really appreciated Velvet for that, because she actually cared about, even though whatever nobody says about her, she cared about the situation that she was in. Everybody else didn't give a fuck. They were like, man, fuck. But Velvet, I connected with her. So I don't care what nobody say about Velvet. When you're one-on-one with her, it's a different story. Now, there were things going on, because they're younger, right? I'm older, and they're in the house. And there's things going on that I'm not aware of because I'm like removed from the situation, right? And she's like, well, it's weird. The energy's weird. Something's weird. So I don't know what energy she's talking about because I'm over here. I'm on the computer working, doing my thing. But she told me, hey, listen, the energy's weird. It's just and then she would like be talking out loud about certain things that was going on. And I don't know whether or not Shaka was I don't know where he had something to do with it or whatever. But it actually it came to a head at some point when Solar came back and he was supposed to be like doing like the real life street stars. And I said, you know what? Let's put everything out on the table. She might be mad about the fact that I like exposed everything. I said, you know what? First of all, Solar, did you abuse Velvet? And did and I made them all talk about that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's really going on? Let's really have a conversation. Let's stop all this person saying one thing, that person saying something else, not just let them talk after that, because you had Shaka like saying certain stuff about their interactions. You had Solar believing one thing, and then they actually got to sit down and talk. Now, once that conversation was over, Velvet and Solar decided to leave. Okay, they end up in Florida, and then down to Mexico. Now they're no longer together. I think Solar is dealing with the case. You know what I'm saying? And Velvet is on her own in I think Louisiana or wherever she's at. So the bottom line is that I looked at myself in that situation as an elder. So people that come into my fold in that situation was really I was trying to help guide them. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Shaka, you want to do this? Okay, I invested into them. I thought that if I would invest into them, maybe if they had the right investment, the right person around them, that things would go better. Go gravy, right? Big mistake. So no one appreciated anything that I brought to the table. It was like they're so used to getting things for free that it don't matter what you do for them. It's like, oh, I feel entitled to it, right? So he actually began to like tell people that I was trying to be his wife and I was one of his wife. I was never one of his wives, okay? Bottom line is I'm an elder. Okay, I'm older than you. He's 40, I'm or 39, I'm 46. I'm an elder too. I don't look like I never looked at him like because he's very childish. I don't look at him like a person that's like an elder equally because you're dating a young woman. It's just to me the whole thing, the whole operation was really operating on like very childish stuff. And I'm trying to bring them out of that and invest in them and say, okay, well, what's your idea? And then I come up with ideas. Okay, well, why don't y'all do this? And people did not appreciate nothing that I was trying to do, bring to the table. Okay, tax business. Okay, I know how to put that up together. I know how to set that up. Okay, set it up for them. They still complained about it. They had a whole thing, surviving me, surviving DJ Genesis. So with all that stuff that happened, you know what I'm saying, including Legina. Legina came to me when she didn't have nowhere to go. I've helped a lot of people when they did not have nowhere to go. I helped a lot of people. And it's a common thread that people do not appreciate nothing that I do. You know what I'm saying? In their mind, they're entitled to it, or I helped you. They'll find some way that, oh, well, I didn't need your help. It's like, bro, you were down here and you decided to come down here. So I want to really get into this. I want you to hear this live stream where I really explain this straight up. Cause I mean, I think I have been very what I would say when I explain this story in past lives, I was very professional about it. In this thing, I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. All gloves are off. Because now you're trying to convince everybody that I trafficked someone and I'm done with it. I'm so done. And I really want this bitch to leave me alone. But I'm gonna tell you what, before you leave me alone, I'm going to spread the truth that I like put on his channel about what happened. And I don't care what anyone has to say. So here we go. Let's go.
I don't even know where her mom lives at, but she was planning on going to live with. She was back talking to her mother, and then this nigga gets on the phone with her and puts shit into her mind. She gets to trip in the household. Oh, I don't, because I guess
she on that shit.
Thinking that shit. That Shaka wanted to be with her or whatever the hell it was. It's some bullshit. Like, dude, no, like, dude, we're here trying to help you. And all the conversation I had with her was like, oh, okay, we're gonna like get you gonna get together, you're gonna get your own place, you're gonna get your own stuff.
Yeah, Genesis, that ayahuasca make it easy for them, you know what I'm saying, to be taken advantage of. You know, their mind can be flipped to any TV channel. It's like a remote control within itself. I watch nature. There's paperwork time. We gotta go ahead and get into this part too, man, because the damn receipts, yo, they just keep fucking dropping. And they gonna stay dropping over here. Yeah, despite when it's done been said or however the hell that it's done been said, we have to
Thank you, Trevora. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much, because when it really comes down to it, you know what I'm saying? But there's new people that's coming up and they don't know. They don't realize, what really happened. And so this is just for those people that are listening to Jaguar that does not understand what the truth is. I want people to really understand that if this person is out here telling lies on me, I'm going to speak up for myself. And I'm not going to keep on letting someone just keep on lying to me. Keep lying on me, lying to everybody else. I'm done with it. Okay. So I want you guys to hear this because, if, just in case you haven't heard it already. So let's go.
continue to say it for people to know about the JITAG. And as long as this stuff done been going on
Shouts out to
with
King
the
World for
JITAG,
allowing me to speak my
she been
piece.
out here now, been out here scatter dancing, been over there chilling with them folks up in their establishment and carrying on, knowing that her ass wanted, which is crazy. You wouldn't think that the average person would just be out here like that, knowing that they ass is wanted. That lets you know that she don't give a damn. I'm here to fucking tell you, yo. Like, I'm here to let you know that Jag is limited now in the moves that she can make. Okay. I think prior to now, people may have even sat around and have awaited for the JITAG to go live and to reveal some type of information or whatever kind of damn information, because it's people that literally have been shook. They've been duped by Jaguar, right, for quite some damn time now, whether that they want to admit it or not. Okay, these long conspiracy theories. I do understand that there's many of you who might have even wanted to see her be successful in things that she said, as far as being one of the lone truthers or whatnot. I don't see her as being a damn truther. Uh-uh. Yo, I think she just be telling a whole bunch of heap of damn lies. That's just it. That's just all, y'all. She is the reputed liar on social media. A reputed liar. Consistent. She's consistently told lies numerous fucking times. No one's held her accountable for these lies. There has been somewhat of a serial assault with stories we've heard from Jag, people connected, tied within the industry. Not only has she disrespected them, slandered their names, but by way of senseless, measly gossip, she's added insult to injury. She's continued to masquerade and to go along as if things what she was saying were in fact the truth, all the while they were. Oh, and I just want to check too, just to make sure that y'all got that notification with the one time, just to see if that notification bell working and stuff. I ain't hit nobody up, just to make sure, yeah, that we continue to pump this shit through that algorithm. Okay, family. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody tuning in. And as far as them threats that you talking about, Sarah, that's when we're gonna get into that crisis call. Sarah, we going back to the crisis call. Shout out to Renee Shante. You got that bell? There it is then. Everybody got it. Boom, then. All right, then. We up in there. You received it, then. Okay. Okay. Let's go then. Nothing but lies. Things that she made up. Things I think she made up by way of her and her drug addiction, which she has in fact traveled even further into an abyss with that drug problem. That's why I say it's not good for her to be around Wolf Geezy. Wolf Geezy motherfucking ass is her problem, whether you know it or not. Because addicts, they usually deal with people who are in fact addicts themselves. And if they're in a relationship, friendship for that matter, They're only doing so because they can relate to one another. And I think Jag and Wolf Geezy have related to each other for quite some damn time now. I say that because of the amount of time that they've been together. Things that were said, were promised, stated, but they did not do. There was supposed to have been a documentary. We haven't seen a documentary yet. That's what they said in the beginning. That was their initial reason for being together. Some way, some kind of way, it got off track. Now we're here
And you're fixing to find out why it got off track. Let's go.
with this shit 8.5 something damn months later with the JITAG. We're gonna have to decipher a lot of the stuff that's done took place with you too. And we're gonna stay in that immediate area. That immediate era, that area. Oh yeah, trust and believe me, man. That area right there is marquee. We need and trust. Listen, we need to put highlight and emphasis on that area. Excuse me. And then we're gonna take a look too. We'll even go into. We're gonna touch on this whole Laguna subject and the stuff that took place with Laguna when Jag and Laguna was together. Okay, she keeps trying to recycle bullshit out here on social media. No one gives a damn about you and some damn girl allegedly that fell out on the set of the real life street couch. We don't care nothing about that. You out here trying to buy time. That's what you're doing. And as I told people, with her being limited in places that she can go, she'll just sit around and think of something else to do. But the thing that's connected with something else to do, it has everything to do with her. So whatever that you do, the emphasis is going to be placed on you. It's literally going to be to the point that you're not going to have any damn where that you can go because people will know, in fact, why your ass on the run, why you and Wolfgang ass still together, why you out here acting like your mother is not deceased, and why are you out here now bucking the system? You need the system at this point. You will get 3 hots in the cot, and they will make sure. I can assure you that you will get your medication. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to keep grifting and going from spot to spot, alleyway to alleyway, in hopes of getting that drug just so you can, have that connected feeling back to what you love to do best. Once that you're in jail, they're gonna make sure they pour it in a damn cup. They're gonna make sure you take it. You're gonna have to stand right there.
And some people might feel like, okay, why is he doing this? You know what I'm saying? Why is King World like focused on Jaguar? It's because she likes to kick up a lot of dust. She don't want she you could be far removed from her. She gonna keep kicking it up. She gonna keep bringing you up. She gonna keep talking mess. And she done brought up King World so many times. She been on the couch talking about King World and trying to like make it seem like there's like a bunch of people that's after her. This whole mod squad or whatever that was called. She makes it seem like there's like a whole group of people like this like after her, but it's not. No one gives a fuck, Jaguar. If you just go about your business, no one cares, like for real. But she wants it to be like this. She wants people talking about her. So here, I'm going to oblige you, ma'am.
And swallow it. Don't make no damn sense for you to be out here running around with this damn active addiction, but then wasting folk time out here on YouTube with all these fucking shenanigans.
Bro, she's sitting over here on her platform, keep trying to drag me into stuff. Oh, she was the one that brought Lagena down. Like, bro, no, I was not. And why are you keep dragging me? Say somebody else did it. Let somebody, don't leave me alone, bro. You called me telling me that this bitch was needed this and she needed some help. And everybody else turns your stupid ass down. And this is the thanks I get. And you mad because you didn't get to extort this girl and exploit her the way you really wanted to. You had very fucking nefarious and fucking jacked up intentions to be maleficent intentions. So, you know what? God, Lord, whatever her ancestors was on her side. You know what I'm saying? Whoever she talked to in her mind, I don't know, but whoever she talked to in her mind said, no, don't do it. You know what I'm saying? And she got the fuck up out of there and I helped her. And so what, bitch? So what?
That part right there. And I can respect that. That's all I can do is respect that shit right there, especially when somebody in a situation and they trying to get the fuck up out of there.
Trying to raise the money. Here's another thing is that I think that people just think that I'm a pushover. They think that they could just keep bringing my name up, keep talking mess, saying stuff to me, and I'm just going to let it ride. No, I'm not. Okay, my head Orisha is Oya. Oya does not let it ride. She will, okay, all right, you want to keep poking at me and keep messing with me? Okay, fine. But honey, you really are barking up the wrong tree. Leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? Stay on Sean Network talking about P. Diddy and them. Don't leave me alone. Don't try to lie on me. Don't try to make stuff up, trying to pull me into nonsense. Don't do it. It's your worst mistake ever, Jaguar. It's the worst mistake you could ever do. Let's go. The thing I did was get my friend to pick her up because you paid to see. And why ain't she saying that Sean Davy Way was the one? They was the one, and other people. Why didn't she say their name? And they the ones that fucking sat there and was campaigning, trying to raise the money. Only thing I did was get my friend to pick her up because you made it seem like whoever made it seem like that this bitch had people outside her door, like it was the mafia or mob or whatever trying to come get her. Trying to get her because she says she's Aaliyah's daughter, and then she talking all this other stuff. My thing is that Jag contacted Real Life Street Stars, and it's actually on the interview that I did with them, where they said that she contacted them, and they was like, "No, I don't know what, no." And then she hit me up when everybody else wouldn't go ahead and pay for her way down here. Now SDW and other people, they said, "Oh, okay, well we'll do it, but hell, we're gonna have to raise the money, and I'm gonna take my cut." They was smart with that. They was smart about
it. They had to take their cut. Shit, I don't blame them. You know what I'm saying? Because if some bullshit would have happened, which we did see that it did happen, hey, at least it wasn't all in vain. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? With them having to spend their bread or whatnot. That's why I say, I don't blame them. Like, for real, though. On some shit like that right there. Because, see, Jag ass can't be trusted. That's what people got to understand, boy. She'll put you in a bind on some old crazy ass shit. Have you thinking some crazy stuff too. You got to be aware of that. And I'm saying for people who newly may even be, learning about Jag and what Jag has going on, she's a very unsavory person. Tells a whole heap of bunch of damn lies.
She needs to leave my goddamn name about her fucking mouth. Fuck that bitch, and she needs to leave me the fuck alone. Okay? I ain't said shit about that bitch this whole time. I've been over here talking about other shit. I've been on debating on Sinetter, just doing other shit other than thinking about Jaguar and P. Diddy and all this other.
That's the truth, because I can say that she done sent me various live streams, videos, just information in general that was not centered solely about Jaguar. I can't say that. So with Jag making an attempt to rehash things, like, bringing back her name up, like this is some redacted information or whatever, like with Jag getting out here and then mentioning DJ Genesis, by her doing so, it would be as if that Jag would want to take the blame or take the light away from her with the whole situation with Lagena Go. I know it may sound crazy, but it's real as hell. She's did this stuff several times, as we've all sit back and then noticed. Every damn time that Jag is connected to somebody, unfortunately, things go sour. When things go the other way, just as what you heard from DJ Genesis, lo and behold, Jag then will create some more bullshit and have a whole gang, a whole sector of people upset with you, by way of the lies that she's told them. See, Jag has told a lot of lies on people. She's destroyed a lot of people too, whether you know it or not. She's that type of person that whatever she put her hands on, man, it turned to shit. We don't make a damn what it is. That's why I've argued for quite some time now, trying to tell people, man, like, man, don't let her get up in that algorithm like that. See, that algorithm monster was created by way of people and them continuing to give her views, to give her a platform, her voice being heard on their channels with her name in the title of the video. But the unsavory things were not really, they didn't really want to highlight those things. It was just all about, her celebrity, so to say. You have to look at the JIDAG like the JIDAG is a whole live motherfucking mental patient. A whole live mental patient that got to stop eating them them ramen noodles, man. Them ramen noodles, man. That's what's swelling her damn foot up. And shout out to Money Mo once again. Yeah, I'm telling you, this
The
shit is
ramen
real
noodles.
with a crusty ass motherfucking feet. Money Mo already put that information out there showing that they're improving, Jag, why your motherfucking feet swole up like that. Yeah, because ain't nowhere in the hell that toe beside the pinky toe supposed to be looking like that. That joint look like a milk dud on your damn toe. On the bone, it's a whole lot of milk dud. That's crazy, Jag. That damn paint, the toenail polish, that shit done fell off. And that shit holding on to dear life. Do you hear me? Just let it go, Jag. Then your big toe is stained. Let me see what DJ talking about. DJ, what's good?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, it was just too much in the DM. I shared a little bit of it, but with what you wanted to say to Jag and about that situation from earlier, what you heard that was incorrect as far as about what could have been going on with Legina Gold. If you wanted to clear that up, you can do so.
Well, first of all, I want to say to Cleo, first of all, Legina has never been a child in this situation. Legina is close. When she came here, she was close to like 30. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So she's not a little baby. She's not a child. She knows how to seem childlike. And I think that that might be a cultural thing when it really comes down to it, because I've been around other Africans and the women sometimes can seem very childlike. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down, especially if they're like down and out or maybe they have mental illness, whatever's going on, they kind of could come off kind of like, need someone to help them out. You know what I'm saying? So I get it now because I've actually experienced helping somebody else, and they kind of seemed like they was really childish. You know what I'm saying? But what I will say is that at the end, and I know people are like, you help somebody else. Yeah, I did. That's a whole nother story, and I'll tell you that on another time. But when it really comes down to it, I didn't know about Legina. Okay, didn't know about her. Didn't know that she was on TMZ. Found out that she was on TMZ when I did the Real Life Street Stars interview. I didn't know that she had made it to TMZ. Right. So Jaguar contacted me and asked me. She said, "Hey, can you you know, help me? Well, it's an emergency. This, that, the other. She's getting attacked by some people are like out there looking at watching her. Now, when I first met Jack, she had told me that people were watching her and out there looking for her. You know what I'm saying? So, bottom line is that why would I? I don't know. She tried to make it seem like I knew her before and it was my idea and all this other stuff. Like I would imagine that if it was my idea, she wouldn't have ended up at Jaguars hanging out with Jaguar the whole time. She would be at my house, correct?
Right, right, right.
You know what I'm saying? But they had a whole fundraiser. Like everybody forgets. Maybe it's this new crowd that she wants to create like a new narrative. But the bottom line, there was a whole fundraiser on different platforms to raise money to get her down here to Texas. Okay. The only thing that happened was that I had a friend of mine because I thought that she was in duress, which I found out later that she was just getting kicked out of her apartment. And I actually talked to the landlord of the apartment and found out, oh, she just was getting kicked out, and she Regina is very smart. She's not as stupid as people think that she is. Everyone want to make her out to be like this poor person, but or sad person.
Mm.
But honey, when she stayed at my house, she got herself a job. She got herself an apartment. She got herself into school and everything. So she ain't that goddamn dumb. How you do all that? Get funding for school, get a job, get an apartment for free for however long. You know what I'm saying? You ain't stupid at that point.
So what do you think was the reason, that even got misconstrued about Lagena being trafficked, for that matter?
Because they think that she's a mental ill patient. She had just came out the mental ill thing. I guess how whatever the mental ill patient hospital, whatever, around the same time that she got in touch with Jaguar, and then Jaguar contacted me. But the thing is that when she was in there, I guess she had already been late on her rental, so she was already on her way out the door in that rental property. Wasn't paying the rent. So she was already on it, but she's smart enough to know, oh, okay, yeah, I just want to talk to Jaguar. She hit up Sean Davy and said, I want to talk to Jaguar because she speaks to my soul, or I think that she'll understand me, or whatever. And then next thing you know, they're raising money. She's on her way down to Texas. And then the whole like thing was Jaguar's plan was to bring her down here and expose her that she was not Legina. I mean, Aaliyah and R. Kelly's daughter. That I found that out after she left uh, Jaguar. I found out that her whole plan was to like kind of like embarrass her.
Mm.
And I felt sorry for her. Like, damn, that's fucked up. Like, she actually brought you down here to really put you on blast. But then when she left my house, she ended up doing a show, and Jaguar still put her on blast with like some so-called psychiatrist, and
Something
still
like
was
that.
able to be successful and do that.
So let me ask you, when you had spoke about going to Detroit, well, Michigan rather, like when y'all went, what was that about? Like, whose idea was that to go get Lagena?
Okay, so when we went to Michigan, Shaka and I, it was for music. Shaka had talked to RJ from Slum Village. He was talking about doing music for them. He was talking about actually even like working with the group at some point, because we were talking about doing the documentary for Bot 10. So I put him in touch with RJ. He heard some of his music. He said, well, maybe you could write some stuff for us. I introduced Shaka to RJ and them. They decided not to go with it because of the connection to Jaguar. Jaguar fucked up that whole thing. Me being connected with Jaguar fucked up the whole documentary and everything, because they said, we don't want to deal with anything with Jaguar. So at the same time, we went to a studio. He was able to do some music at my friend Jovan's house, and we were actually in the studio where we found out about Solar and the whole thing with Gerald and stuff like that. So that's where we were. And I got the video to prove it. So we were at the studio. We were not even nowhere around Lagena. Lagena lives in Warren, close to Warren, Michigan at the time. We were in like the hood in Michigan doing at the studio. We were nowhere close to where Lagena lived at.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, so when y'all got together with Lagena, did she ever make mention of like her parents, not R. Kelly and Aaliyah, but her actual parents? She never said anything about them.
Yeah, she did, and
Oh.
she said that this guy named Nana Wuso, and then there's some the Jesuses, and then her mom, her so-called mom or whatever. I don't. My thing is that she has a mom that's, I think, that has had a stroke or something like that, and this Owusu guy that I guess I don't know, something's going on with them. And I actually tried to reach out to them when she started wilding out on me. I tried to hit up the family and say, listen, what's up with your sister? They don't want to have nothing to do with her. Maybe they're doing better now, but back then when she was talking shit about me, when she left my house and decided to like go ham on me, I contacted her family. And they were like, no, we tried to like help her. She don't want no help, whatever. But I don't know if she back in touch with them. I haven't talked to her. She got her own apartment. She got everything situated, and good for her.
Damn, you didn't think it was weird with her just getting her own apartment?
She's 30 years old. I mean, you should have your own apartment.
No, but I'm saying this is a person with a mental health problem that's been online admitting that R. Kelly and Aaliyah is her parents.
honey, whoever did her evaluation to give her that money to give her an apartment, they're the ones that should have like figured that out. That's not my job. I just was kind enough to let her stay with me while she got on her feet. That ain't my job to figure out if she got mental and da da da. That ain't my job. I'm not a nonprofit. I just was helping her
No.
out.
I just asked like what you thought about it. Like you didn't think that was like kind of weird. Like she kind of like played you and shit. She kind of played
She
you to
did.
the
She
left.
did play. She played the. So she ain't that mentally ill. That
That's
to
what I'm
me,
saying.
all that mental ill is bullshit. She knows how to pretend and fake mental ill. She might have a little bit of bipolar or something like that, but she's not stupid. She's
Got it.
not mentally ill. She know how to hold a grudge. She know how to come out. She know who to talk to
Yeah,
and create a bunch of bullshit. So that tells me alone the fact that she was able to like kick up dust when she left and she waited to the proper thing, talk to this person. She even talked to my sister, had me and my sister arguing. You know what
that's
I'm saying?
crazy. Yeah, that's
Making it
crazy.
seem like I was talking bad about my sister. Had my friend Angel. Oh, she said this about you. So I mean, when she was in my around me, she knew how to kick up dust here and there. She's not as dumb as people think she is. She know how to pretend. Oh, you cooking? Oh, what y'all? And then she'll look at it. Oh, and look. No, I'm not gonna eat that.
Yeah, she
I'm
ain't gonna
saying
eat
you cook some African food or whatever she gonna cook.
that.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want no. That's whatever. Oh no, I'm gonna eat this. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna do this. She ain't stupid. She's a 30-something-year-old woman, and she just knows. She knows she looks young, and that is actually what the Babalao said. The Babalao said, "Listen, you look young. You pretend to be young, but you really are a lot older than you are. That people think that you are, and you need to cut that out." You know what I'm saying?
Got it. Well, like I say, that was the main thing. I just wanted, what I mean, you to be able to clear that part up, with the whole, the trafficking shit or whatever. I don't want nobody to be thinking, that's what the move was or whatever, with y'all being involved in trafficking or whatnot.
How I'm trafficking and losing money? If I was gonna traffic, honey, I would have made some money. How I'm trafficking and ain't making no money off? What money did I make off of trafficking her down to Texas? No, I lost money because she didn't pay me no money to live in my house. She paid me a couple dollars for utilities one time, and honey made the biggest like hoopla over that. Oh, I walked your daughter to school a couple times. Oh, I did this. Oh, I did that. Then trying to make, oh, you drunk, you doing this, you doing that. Okay, I'm 46 years old. If I want to sit up here and drink a 6 pack of beers or whatever, 12, whatever I want to do, okay, I'm paying my bills, bro. You in my house talking about what I'm doing. Go ahead and draw your pictures and leave me the hell alone. You know what I'm saying? Draw pictures, whatever, paint or whatever you're doing, and trying to do that. Don't come over here trying to like get out, leave my house, talk shit after you left my house, living for free for months on end. And now she's in school. She got her own apartment. I mean, I still get her like mail where it's the Department of Education sending her more money, money after money. She ain't stupid. She figured out how to get to school and get financial aid. I think she already has a bachelor's degree, if I'm not even mistaken, or close to it. Like she is not stupid.
Mm-hmm. We're doing got a
Come on,
bachelor's
bro.
and shit.
She might be thinking that and I think that she even knew that she was not damn Aaliyah and so-called so and so's thing. She knew she whatever it was, she knew how to whatever cry on cue and all this other stuff. Whatever else she was doing wasn't working enough. She came up with this whole plan and
Type shit.
pretend like she's stupid and whatever that she Kaiser Soze, okay? Her and Jack is Kaiser Soze. They pretend like they dumb, but they really are very smart individuals that know how to manipulate people. And honey, they're two peas in the pod. Okay, the only thing is that she's just not wilding out online like how Jag is and keep going. You know what I'm saying?
Did she ever call you from California?
Who? Jaguar?
Yeah.
Honey, if she did, I didn't answer. Honey, I don't answer my phone. Listen. If you ain't got if you don't text me and I don't know who it is, I don't answer my
You don't
phone.
even answer that shit. I feel you.
Leave me the fuck alone.
I feel you. I feel you.
Call me about what?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For what? Like
For
for what
what?
reason? First of
Um,
all, I need an apology, bro. She sat there and saw my situation, saw what I had going on, and did everything that she could to try to come into that situation and destroy what I was trying to do. You know what I'm saying?
right,
And
right,
out
right.
of jealousy, because honestly, if she would have never came into that situation, I believe Shaka would have probably ended up doing what he was supposed to do. Solar probably wouldn't have ended up in Shreveport, and then he probably would have ended up working with Shaka. They probably would have made some money and went on about their business. But when she came into the fold, she made everybody kind of like went into, oh, let's make some music. Oh, she's singing up songs. Everything's about Jaguar, right? They making records. They think that they about to put out some record. They really like trusting in what this girl's doing, right? She ain't put out none of that shit. Ain't released it. Ain't did nothing. So what the fuck was the waste of time? You had everybody wasting their time putting music. Welcome to the circus.
But
They
then,
came out with nothing.
then she came out with that. She did that diss track against me and stuff. She did that diss track. She ain't even put the diss track out. I'm like,
Ain't
damn.
put out nothing. Wasting everybody's time. Got people really thinking they really doing something. Going
Mhm.
against me, thinking they fixing to like team up with her. Oh, okay. Well, can you make it to the event? I'm
Right,
trying to surprise Genesis.
right.
Yeah, fuck her. Right? Got everybody filming them, recording them on the phone, just double crossing me every which way but loose, right? Got calling up my phone, calling up their phone the whole time, mad because the Gina left you. So you on the phone with Shaka every single day. Oh, leave her. She's evil. Blah blah. You gotta get away from her. Listen, I just got an email from Maybelline or whoever the fuck person, and Shaka sending me the emails. I'm like, this is fake. This is her. But the thing is that he thought that he was gonna really make it or get like some clout off Jaguar, so he was willing to fuck me over, thinking that Jaguar was gonna make him make it. And I don't see what are we doing here?
Like, what are we doing?
The fuck are we doing here? You ain't made it. You still shit. 100 people viewing on your shit on TikTok, bro. What are you doing?
Well, it is what it is. Like I say, we got eyes on her, so this shit gonna be interesting, yo.
I'm glad I took my name out the bond. You mad or whatever at that? Okay. Well, other people took their name out the bond too. Why are you still talking about me? What about the other people that had their name on the bond that you double crossed them too? You know what I'm saying? The only person she ain't double crossed yet is Odell. He probably like put a knife to her face and said, "Listen, if you fucking try to jump bond on me, whatever." You know what I'm saying? Because I don't understand how you did this to everybody that was like really helping trying to help you, but then this guy come along and you ain't did you still loyal, but you was unloyal to people that you knew for years. You knew I'm not gonna say that you knew these other people that actually got you out for years, bro. You was in a relationship with a chick that paid the money for you to get out, but this guy you're loyal to though, bro. Your handler. So you go to LA, get a handler, and all of a sudden now he gets you out. Now all of a sudden but you still skipping the bomb, bro. You still ain't doing what you're supposed to do. So really, he gonna be the one that maybe that's what it is. He gonna be the one that end up having all that money. Everybody else got out before it come like that. Like, you know what? I'm not fixing to owe all this money because you want to skip town and be a fugitive. And what he's doing is harboring a fugitive. Is what he's doing.
Say harboring the jit ass.
Harboring a fugitive. Like, bro, you're harboring a fugitive. So, I mean, why not like take care of your business? You know, and I don't care. Like, I want her not to. I want her to go and spend some time not talking about everybody's business and bringing everybody else and keep trying to rehash stuff that happened like 2 years ago and keep trying to rekindle and keep trying to pretend like people are like really like giving an F about her when they don't. No one gives a fuck. You not the next Wendy Williams. You not the next whoever gossip columnist. You know what I'm saying? Tasha K. You not you done found this white dude to sit up here and listen to your bullshit, and he gonna get tired of your ass too at some point. So whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like
who the white dude? Who the white dude?
Sean Atwood.
Oh, he be listening to it. He got
No, she be on his panel with this girl Maggie or whatever her name is, and she up there. She look like Betty Boop. Her eyebrows be so just so concerned about. Oh my god! Like, oh.
the
I'm like,
black
bro,
eye.
are you girl? You are child. Go on ahead, man.
That's the black eye, yo.
Child, she's eating all the soup, and Jaguar will discard her just like she just discarded everybody else in her life, including her own mother
That's
and her
crazy.
son. Okay, she discard people, so it's just only a matter of time. She cool with you now. Think about everybody she didn't have in her life. Like, bro, nobody's around except for new people that have no idea what she's capable of.
Don't even know. Don't know what the jet egg capable of. That's
Wasting
crazy.
everybody's damn time. That's a waste of time. You appear on these panels long times, hours on end for what? All you gonna do? You're gonna be pissed off when you finally find out this girl has no allegiance to nobody. She don't give a crap about nobody but herself. And she might have met her match with Odell. They might be two peas into a pod. You know what I'm saying?
They in
Both
unison. They in unison
both
with each other.
narcissists. You know what I'm saying? Both just gaslighting each other into believing that whatever the hell they think is important is important.
Mm.
You know? Child, leave my name about it. I just want her to leave me alone, bro. Just stop going into the past. Look into your future. Go ahead and keep gossiping about whatever's going on with Jay-Z and everybody else. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, bro. It's in the past. It's over with. I don't care about you or what you got going on. Only reason why I care at the moment because it was affecting my life. But you, all this other stuff you got going on, you ain't gotta drag me up into it to make yourself seem relevant and trying to like get more attention. You want me to pay attention to you on what you saying. Well, she wasn't the one. You know damn well I wasn't the one that did a goddamn thing. And that's the thing, because I know and she know that I did not have nothing to do with that. So I'm like, bro, you know, and I know that that's bullshit. So what you really trying to do? You trying to bring me out? You want me to argue with you?
Don't
You want me
even
to cuss you out again? Okay, you know what I'm saying? What you throwing peanut butter up people's behinds? You want me to go back into that mode? I'm not fixing to do all that.
that peanut butter.
Go
No.
ahead and shove peanut butter up Odell's behind and leave me alone.
Damn.
What happened to the guy, the mob guy? He done passed on, didn't he? Was
Mom,
that the guy
he
that you was
gone.
shoving peanut? Did you shove it too far up his behind? Now he done passed on. Leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone. She done shoved that peanut butter all the way up into his small intestines and created a damn blockage so that he done passed on. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
Can't
god.
even push it out. Can't even push it on all the way out.
My
Leave me
condolences,
alone, bitch.
man.
Tell that bitch leave me the fuck alone, bro.
Damn. My condolences to that brother,
Clogged up
man.
his goddamn arteries. Nigga done passed away.
That shit crazy.
Man, she need to leave me alone. I want her. I wish her the best, and I hope she has a really good peanut butter sandwich today. Okay,
Jag, go get you some peanut butter jelly, yo.
go on get an endorsement from Jiffy and leave me the fuck alone. Okay, Peter Pan. Okay, Peter Pan peanut butter, sir and ma'am.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah,
Oh, it's all good.
I was just watching a little true crime.
So that's what I had to say about that. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what, and I'm going to go back into the past because she wants everybody to pretend like this stuff didn't even exist. So I'm going to go into this. Let's go in.
Yes. Coming up in the DJ world, meeting Jaguar, how a baby daddy died to present. Let's take a listen.
Now, if you don't know who Genesis is a world renowned. Okay, this woman has, especially from the 90s on up, has done a lot in the industry, but more so of behind the scenes. Bartend, which we will get into, which is, let's get into that. Let me pull that up so we can, before we get into her, let's get into, he was in the group Slums Village, and they were a great group. RIP, rest in peace to him. He knew Jaguar from back in the day, the group Slums Village. They were around each other. They did, I believe, a couple shows together and whatnot. So around that era, like So she knew him. Cap or anything like that, that is true. With that being said, in a live yesterday that Jaguar did, she brought up his death, and with him passing away, connected Genesis, which Genesis, who we have here today, is Baton's child's mother. They have a daughter together, and her name is Aura. He was brought up yesterday during a live with Jaguar Wright. Jaguar Wright said that she took part in his death and whatnot, even blamed it on her. And she was very upset by that information because they have had a recent.
Now, what kind of a weirdo?
Now, her and Jaguar.
So she does not even have enough respect for a person in death. What kind of person would say that? Oh, she was a part of it, and she knows damn well I was not a. She heard the lies, right? I know I sat down with her, and she didn't even know how he died. Okay, she just knows based on what she read in the paper. I told her what happened, and she was like, "Man, that's messed up." And then she told a whole lie. She made up a story because she wanted to like get to me so bad. Her vengeance like model, the whole vengeancey of whatever, like wanting to, oh okay, I'll just say this. It's so diabolical and so evil. Why would you lie and say that I had something to do with my child's father's passing, and you know god dang on well that that's not the truth, because she's such a wicked person, she's such an evil person, and holds so much evil inside her heart. So let's go
way back.
So Sean DTV is about to tell us what exactly Jaguar said about Genesis when she accused her of causing the death of her baby's father.
Jaguar said that Genesis is the reason, that he passed away, because she, allegedly was like harassing him and stalking him, things like that. And he went into a drug house allegedly and ended up getting a bad dose and passing away due to her, which is not cool to say. I'm not, that very messed up. And she has a right to defend herself and her child's father, her daughter's father. She does have that right. So that is why she's here. One of the main reasons she's here.
So Genesis came on his program and she just wanted to lay out a little history of how she knew Jaguar. And she went into her baby's father and his history. She went into her history in music. She went into a lot of things. She gave us a lot of insight and found this video very interesting into who Genesis really is, because we did not know much about her, and then she just surfaced as being a very good friend of Jaguar. And when they did have the falling out and Jaguar put out a lot of smear about her on the internet, then she was forced to come forward to defend herself. That's when we got to see who Genesis is. And from since that time, I've been hearing a lot more about her. But I was very interested in this video when I heard it, because it really shed light into the essence of who she is as a young DJ coming up in the industry.
The confirmation.
So let's take a listen, and I will be interjecting with my commentary. So once again, this is on the heels of Jaguar accusing her of unaliving her baby daddy.
How are you?
Yes.
I'm better. I was really hurt by what was said. I was in tears actually. I couldn't believe, I was like, wow. I
can do a video because
So with this recent falling out with you and Jaguar, before we get into that, now you had a baby with Boxing from the group.
That's fine.
Village. So you and Jaguar again go way back. So can we get into the start? Like, I know you're a DJ and you're DJing, doing your thing. Let us know a little bit about that. How did you get into DJing?
Well, I was in the military, and a guy named DJ Rags introduced me. I was initially going to be like a battle DJ. And so I was being like learning how to like battle DJ and this, that, the other. And I was going to go into competition. But then my friend Alicia introduced me to like the rave scene, which is like the techno scene. One New Year's Eve, we were going to all these parties, and she took me to this party called Bass Rush, and I got introduced to like techno and house music and stuff like that. And I remember being young and liking house music and stuff like that. So I was like really into it. So I was like, okay. So I switched from the battle DJ thing and got into like, DJing like, house and techno. When I left the military, I like got into like the whole DC. I was in Washington DC in the Air Force, and so when I like left the military, I was late. I mean, I was kind of like struggling and homeless and this, that, the other. And so like, but I like got back. I had people in the community that I was hanging out in. They helped me out, got me, like I got a job and this, that, the other. And I began to DJ at different clubs on this place called U Street. And it's like U Street is like a well-known DC whole, like it used to be like a whole neo soul, like house music, everything.
Now, since Genesis mentioned neo soul, of course, I had to tell you guys about neo soul. It was a great time. Some of the artists who was involved in that movement, that neo soul movement, was Alicia Keys, Lauryn Hill, John Legend, Jaguar Wright, D'Angelo, Erykah Badu, Lauryn Hill, Maxwell, Flo Tree, just to name a few. Now you guys can understand why Jaguar is so bitter, because every last one of these people who were involved in this neo soul era made it. They remained on top, making their money. The only person who dropped off the radar, as far as I can see, maybe there were some more people, but I'm not aware of them. The only person that I know who dropped off is Jaguar. That's why she's so bitter and mad at everybody in the music industry, because she figured once she dropped off, they should have been reaching out and trying to pull her back in. But who's going to reach back and try to pull her up, or reach down and try to pull her up if she keep cussing everybody? So she dropped her own bag. If you're going to cuss Lauryn Hill out, maybe Lauryn Hill and Erykah Badu are friends. And if you cuss either one of them out, of course, they're going to they're going to feel a kind of way about you. And neither one of them are going to want to help you. And that's around the industry. This is what's going on. So pretty much she's blackballed. Nobody wants to touch her with a 10-foot pole. So according to Wikipedia, neo soul is a musical genre that flutes contemporary R&B and soul with elements of hip hop, gospel, and jazz. So I know you guys want to know who coined the phrase. Well, in the 1990s, this executive in Motown Records, whose name is Kadar Massenberg, coined the phrase. And that's where we got this neo soul contemporary music. That's where it came from. But there were so many great artists that came out of that era. They were all up and coming. Nobody really was on top at that time. Everyone was like on a even playing field. And then, they all kind of went into their own little genres and made it, except your girl Jaguar. Now, some say she didn't make it because she fell into some say drugs, some say alcohol, some say mental issues, some say just lack of respect for people in the industry, cussing them out. So maybe a combination of all of those things caused her to be her own worst enemy. But let's continue to listen to DJ Genesis on how she knew Jaguar, because they have history. They go back into time, okay?
Like house music, everything, like poetry, everybody would hang out on the street, and like it was a community where we just all like hang out and this, that, the other, and just do parties and do events, and a real creative like environment. And that's where I met Tony, who is now Jay Dilla's. It's crazy. He's Jay Dilla's mother's husband. Tone, shouts out to Tone. Tone. He used to throw parties and promote and stuff like that as well. And so I started a residency at this place called the State of the Union as a DJ with Sam the Man Burns, and I would have the back room DJing like drum and bass and like different like house music, like different types of tech house, neo soul house, and he was in the front DJing more like the organic house, like Masters at Work, all that type of stuff. So we had like this night on Sundays where we would throw those parties, and so I started like get into like like, the Miami Music Festival. I threw parties down there. Like, I threw the first ever female DJ party down there. I used to put female DJ tours. So I was really into like helping the female DJ because, females was always getting the short end of the stick, right? So I was always into like helping females, like women trying to be in the industry. So we were DJ Aosi and Clark was the one who helped me get the back room with Sam Burns because they used to DJ. They were a couple and they liked drum and bass and I liked drum and bass and I started DJing with them and then they ended up leaving the residency and then I kept it and I continued to DJ in the back room with Sam Burns in DC. Yeah, and I used to bring in artists like back in the day, they used to like Brian G from like all the V recordings people. Like I was really into the drum and bass scene, and then I would also bring in other DJs from out of town that would come and DJ. And this bar was like a well known place where all like people like live musicians. This is like a legendary place, but it was kind of a hole in the wall place, but it was like like almost like a historic place that people like would come and perform.
So at that point, when did you meet Baten from Slums Village?
I met him later on. I met him like I would say as a DJ, I would be DJing and he would always come out to see me DJ and be dancing and stuff at the after parties and everything. And me and him, like he was almost like when I would be DJing, he'd be dancing in the crowd, And this was around like in 2005 and 6 when I was in Detroit. Because I moved to Detroit in 2000.
Mm-hmm. So, but you had met Jaguar before that, correct?
Yeah, I met her in like around 1998. When she was with what happened is I went to an OK Player event at 930 Club. And I was hanging out with Questlove and all those guys. And like I saw the Black Lily showcase at the 930 Club, which with OK Player, because the Roots and there was the Roots Slum Village and the Roots Slum Village and somebody else that was performing, right? But the thing that really got me was when Black Lily came on, and it was a showcase of all female artists, 37009, what's the other group? Jazzy Fat Nasties, Flo Brown, and then Jaguar.
Yeah.
And when I saw Jaguar perform, I was like, oh my God, she wasn't even the headliner, but I was like, man, she needs to be the headliner. I was like, she was amazing.
And so when you first met Jaguar at that event, what gravitated you towards her? Because you said she was very talented. You said she was about storytelling during her set. What gravitated you to her?
She before she would get on, before she would do her song, she would like tell the story, right? She was like a story, like a Betty Wright, like you would get sucked in by the story that she would give before she would perform. So she'd set the song up and give this whole, like telling, this is my boyfriend said this and this, that, the other, giving a whole background. And then when it came for the song part, and I told him this and I said that, and then he said this and da, 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 da. And I was like, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah.
And her whole set was like this whole storytelling, like amazing thing. The other artists were cool. Like I love 37000. Now they were a rock band, Jazzy Fat Nasties were good too, but I was like, man, this woman is a standout of all. You remembered her performance.
Yeah.
And I was like, she needs to be the headliner. I was like, she did. I don't know. I was like, when Jazzy Fat Nasties got on, I was like, okay, but I mean, they were polished. They were more like the polished of it all, but she was raw.
Yeah. So from now to then, how different was she? Like, was she like this eccentric, kind of like out loud person back then in the 90s, or was she more like reserved or quieter? How was she?
Man, she was down to earth. She was like a raw person. She was just how she was on the stage. She was like a really cool person. Like I mean, when I saw them perform at OK Play.
So everything I'm saying in this live, right, with Sean Davy, I'm giving her props. I'm giving her love. I'm like saying that she is talented, but it still don't matter to her. It's you interrupted what I was trying to do, and it don't matter. Nothing you said.
Listen, I was like, I want to book them. They need to be booked. So I like actually booked them at State of the Union.
I pulled up some of Jaguar's old videos, and she is amazing. There's no doubt. This woman could have soared. She could have went a long way. I don't know. She needed some good management behind her. Instead of her controlling her own career and guiding herself, she needed somebody to really guide her because she had the talent. She still got the talent, but those videos, Jaguar is really, really, really good. I must say, she was so good that she did a song with Jay-Z, and it became one of the top songs. At the time, I believe she was singing with the Roots.
So this is what she always tries to use as the reason or to make herself seem valid. But the bottom line is that like you were just a stand-in for Mary J. Blige. Mary J. Blige was the original singer of this song, not Jaguar Wright. Let's get that clear. You were a stand-in. You were pregnant at the time. So everything that you're saying about anything that you like, your experience was a stand-in. So rather than you being appreciative of that situation, you turned it into drama and nonsense just to build your own self up. And that's crazy.
But it was rumored that she was after Jay-Z, and because he rejected her, she never forgave him for it, and she's been dogging him ever since. That's why she always said Beyonce's position should have been hers. But you can't make a man want you or anybody want you. The feeling has got to be mutual. It can't be forced, right?
I found a way to contact the owner of Black Lily.
Man, listen. Jaguar don't know how to dance. She don't. All right, so how could Beyonce's position be for her and you can't dance? Beyonce been training since she was 8 years old to sing and dance on cue. But you felt like that was your spot. That's weird. Okay, let's go.
And at the time, they had a budget to tour different places to only for them, you know, because I think they all like ended up having deals with MCA in some way, so there was a budget. So I was like, and I reached out to them. I said, I want to bring you to State of the Union, which was also a live venue. When they weren't doing the DJ night on Sundays, it was a live venue that rock bands and hip hop bands and everybody, they like supported like the underground scene. You know what I'm saying? So all like everybody in the DC scene that was doing 3LG and all these different Opus Acapin, they all had performed at State of the Union. And they had one of the best sound guys. Like, I mean, it was like when you would perform there, it was awesome. So I was like, you know, I wanted to bring them to State of the Union. You know, and it's a small place, but it was like the vibe. You know what I'm saying? I was like, this would be a great thing to bring to State of the Union, just this women showcase. I wanted her to be the headliner. When I was telling them, I was like, man, she needs to be the headliner. You know, because I mean, Jazzy Fat Nasty was cool, but I'm like, man, if you in the show with her, honey, that's going to be a dynamite show. Yeah. And when I brought them, like, you know, I mean, they were being kind of rude to me because I guess the place, you know, they didn't have a dressing room and all this stuff. And so some people had kind of like this star, like, when the, you know, feeling like, where's my dressing room? And this and the other. But she was the only one that was cool and nice to me. You know what I'm saying? Me bringing them there. I spent my scrounged up my change. I wasn't no rich person. I was scrounging up change to bring them there, you know? Yes. I was like, wow. I was amazed. I've never seen nothing like it. Absolutely. And when the other people were being mean to me, she was the person that was like, don't worry, girl, don't let them get you down. And I was like, yeah, you know, wow, she's equally as cool off stage as she is on. Yeah. And then what's interesting is at the end of the night, the people, whoever that was on their team, their management, took the whole door, and I didn't even make a dime off the show. They gave me $25.
That's because she didn't have a team behind her. Man, it's a young female DJ out there, not only DJ, but any part of the music field, they really take advantage of the artists, whether you're singing, whether you're a DJ, whatever. But if you don't have backing, if you don't have a management team or somebody around you who can go into those meetings with you and maybe sign a contract, maybe she didn't have a contract signed that she is supposed to get a certain percentage of the door, whatever came in. So because she didn't have a contract in place, they just gave her whatever they thought that she should have, which was $25. And they probably made thousands that night. But I bet you Genesis learned from that experience.
From them doing that show with me, like they got more gigs in DC. Like other people started to book them. Yeah. You know, other friends of mine. You know what I'm saying? I'd be at every show, like, hey, Jag, man, you know, talking to her, hey, you know, man, you need to do a live album, telling her stuff like that. Like, you need to get this on. You know, I was like, man, maybe we can do a show with you just performing live, and we just record it. And I was actually trying to put it together. Like, I was like, man, and I was actually like trying to what could I do to just do record a live album for her, you know? Yeah. But I guess something had happened where Jill Scott had did a live album, so they weren't allowed to do it anyway. So that never came to fruition.
Absolutely. So yeah, I just think that that's important for people to know that y'all relationship starts back. It started with business, you know, type of situation. So it's never been a clout chase, you know, or anything like that. You are a known DJ, one that has worked with so many people. And then on top of that, so you say in the early 2000s was when you met Baten, correct?
Yeah, so what happened is that when I left DC and moved to Detroit to work for a record label called Gabriel Records, and it was another, and I was actually the touring manager for a group called Indigenous Tribe. Mm-hmm. So, because what happened is that when I threw the event at Miami Music Conference in '99, people got wind of it because I threw a whole I was working at Kinko's. I put together a whole DJ tour of women called Set It Off DJ Tour, and it featured DJ Heather Hart, and we would travel around the country DJing. And I put the whole tour together. It was in DJ Mag, Mix Mag, and it got a little headway. You know, we toured about about 10 different clubs around the country, you know. And so when people saw that I put that together, they actually paid for me to move to Detroit to help their a guy named Omar put me in touch with Indigenous Tribe, and then they brought me out to Detroit to help them in their label. And then that moved on. So my cousin is in cousin is in Killer Army. And then Indigenous Tribe did a song with Killer Army and Eminem, and I put all this stuff together. So I was working in the music industry, working with Wu-Tang. You know, I threw events with Wu-Tang, through like live shows with Wu-Tang. You know, I moved on to like be a part of the Underground Resistance, Submerge Records. You know, I was the artistic director for the Detroit Electronic Music Fest. We brought in Most Def, Redman, all that stuff. It was over like about 60 different artists that we brought to the Hart Plaza and things like that. So I was like doing all kind of festivals and putting together festivals and, you know, things like that. And then Drake Pfeiffer, who's part of Urban Organic, I was like, man, you need to bring Jaguar out, because he was throwing parties like with Eric Roberson and Fertile Ground. He brought them, and I was like, man, you need to bring Jaguar. So he ended up bringing Jaguar that little bit later on. And then, like I said, and then I ran into Bot 10, where he was like, you know, I'm DJing. I'm like, hey, you know, you need to like, you know, we need to like work together, you know. So me and him started hanging out, you know, and we did a video. When I came out with a song called Hush, I got him to like be the star person in the video, you know, who was the star of the video, right?
Yes.
So I was putting out records through Submerge. I was like living in the basement of Submerge and putting out records and being their web developer.
Genesis has a rich history in music, and plus, she's a web developer. I mean, why didn't I not hear about this woman before? I think she's got such an interesting story.
If you ever heard of techno, they're like a group called Underground Resistance, featuring Jeff, Mike Banks, and all those guys. And I was actually working at Submerge in the basement, working with Mike Banks. He was my mentor. And Mike Banks is the person that started Underground Resistance. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I was like really deep entrenched into the techno scene, producing records. I had my own record label, putting out music, and I'm DJing. I went to like Africa, and the Red Bull Music Energy drink like brought me out there. I was still working with Amp Fiddler. I did songs with Amp Fiddler. I had, you know, music out, you know, this, that, the other. But then I ran, you know, me and Bot 10. He would come to my house, and I'd be doing music, and, you know, I'd have him listen to it. And at this time, he had left Slum Village because of some mental illness issues.
But Tim was very, very talented, but he had demons. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and he had a drug problem. I got a real insight as to what schizophrenia is like when a person is going through it, because Batim explained what he was going through whenever he got into these mood swings. And this is what he said. He said he would be angry and lash out and go crazy. And it was like, do I have demons? I couldn't control it, he said. He also said it was a learning experience, and he was diagnosed with depression and schizophrenia with bipolar tendencies. He also said it was bipolar when he was responding to 12 different impulses, but he said he didn't hurt anybody. But can you imagine responding to 12 different impulses at the same time, and you can't decide what to do, which one to address? So it seems as though you're going crazy. But thank God that there's medication today that can quell some of those impulses and those bipolar tendencies that people do get when they've been diagnosed with bipolar or schizophrenia or any one of those diagnoses. And it's just a blessing that we have those medicines now that can help people.
He would come to my house, and I'd be doing music, and, you know, I'd have him listen to it. And at this time, he had left Slum Village because of some mental illness issues that had popped up. And so I was like, you know, trying to get him back into music. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know, because he had stopped. He was doing stuff here and there, but I was like, you know, trying to get him back to, you know, doing music, because, you know, he had already had like this. I found out later that he was like, as time went on, that he was on like, you know, on drugs. You know what I'm saying? And so my objective was like, man, I wanted to get off the drugs and start doing music. So,
as for the medical examiner's office, Batin died from cocaine abuse, and the manner of death was listed as accidental.
I was in his life, you know, and then once Proof died, I began to like take him to Proof's studio, you know what I'm saying? And I was like trying to get him to do music and getting him in the studio, you know, trying to like get him to like get back with Slum Village. I was like, man, you need to like reconcile with your brother, you know? So I was more like a person like, you know, hey, you know, get back in the studio, let's do some music, let's do this, you know? We ran back into Jaguar when Urban Organic booked her for a show at I think the Comerica Park. It was Drake Pfeiffer's event, Urban Organic, and then me and Bot 10 went out to go see her, you know? And then he got reunited with her, and he was all happy to see her, and I was happy to see her, and, you know, reunite again. And then so we saw each other, we hung out at the club or whatever, and then she got rebooked again at the African World Fest. I came out for that. Hey, Jag, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad to see you're doing good, this, that, the other, you know, all that stuff. And we vibe, we talked. I met Marsha Ambrosius, we were just cool. You know what I'm saying? But we would meet in, as time went on, aspects of our, life.
So yesterday, Jaguar went live and she stated that your kid's father passing away, that you did it, that you were the reason that he was found strung out outside on the ground and whatnot, and said some awful things about your parenting and whatnot. So how do you feel about a person that is supposed to be your friend coming forward stating that you allegedly KILLED your daughter's father?
Well, I'm hurt because I'm like, one of the reasons why I reached out to Jaguar was because I was, throughout this whole time since he had passed, his legacy has been, people have put out music and stuff like that, but like there's never been no real, people have even sampled this stuff. I think like, what's his name? What's his name? The guy that sings, what's his name?
That's his what?
I'm trying to think of the artist. Man, dang, I can't think of the guy's name. But he put out the song called Everybody's Something. He's a well-known from Chicago rapper. Chance the Rapper.
That's right.
Chance the Rapper sampled him, you know what I'm saying? And there was like there's been things coming out where people are sampling him and doing stuff, but no one's ever like given him his shine this whole time.
So people are sampling his music. I'm wondering if anybody in the family is getting paid, like his mother or father or somebody in the family. Are they sending checks to those people every time they sample his music? I'm wondering. He probably needs to have, the family probably needs to have something in place in terms of representation, some type of agent that these people can go through. Whenever they need to sample his music, the family can be paid.
We've been trying from a state situation to try to do things, but nothing ever really been able to kick off fully to like give him the shine. So what the idea was, we should put together a documentary. When I ran into Shaka, back into Shaka, because I actually was working with Shaka from Trax Zulu, he's connected into the industry, and a lot of people he knew Baten. He knew a whole bunch of people that knew Baten back in the day. So we started talking. We're like, we should do a documentary to bring his legacy back out, And so I was like, you know what? I know you talked to Jaguar. We should probably get in touch with Jaguar, because there was a whole thing about carbonation, and that they had did a whole interview on Bigo and this, that, the other, that when her and other people were doing interviews that, with Shaka. And so we're all like, okay, well, maybe we should get back in touch with Jaguar, and maybe she could be able to, be a person, because I know that he toured with her with the OK Player tour, because I know that she was a part of the Roots at one point, and so she toured with them. So I said, well, maybe this would be a cool thing to bring her out to actually like do the documentary, And so I got in contact with her to do the documentary, So that was the objective, is to like, okay, we want to bring some more shine for Baten. Let's do this documentary. And she was like, yeah, that sounds great. I love Baten. And honey, when she came, I met her, I had a dinner with her, and I'm like, she's reminiscing about Baten and this, that, the other. I told her what happened, because she didn't even know the background of what happened, So when she found that out, and found out that Shaka was involved, she wanted to come to my house and meet Shaka again.
So this video really gave us a really good insight as to the people in Genesis' life, Jaguar and her relationship, Shaka, Baten, all these people. She's given a really good recap as to these people's involvement in her life and how she and Jaguar became friends. Once again, this is the interview that Sean Davey had with her. I think it was about 3 weeks ago. So the next part of the video is going to be more on how Jaguar started to dog her and accuse her of unaliving Baten, and how Genesis reacted. YouTubers, drop your comments. I'm over and out. I'll see you guys on the next video. Thank you for watching. Hey guys, this is another throwback video from Sean Davey Way. Genesis outlining what happened when she was coming up in the DJ world, meeting Jaguar, how her baby daddy died, to present. But before we get into the video, can you guys hit the thumbs up, the like bell as you come into the video? Thank you. Let's take a listen.
Now, if you don't know who Genesis is a world-renowned, okay? This woman has, especially from the 90s on up, has done a lot in the industry, but more so up behind the scenes. Baten, which we will get into, which is, let's get into that. Let me pull that up so we can, before we get into her, let's get into, he was in the group.
And listen, same thing here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I'm bringing you guys all the way back to the beginning of how me and Jaguar ever knew each other. The only reason why I knew Jaguar was because of my child's father. May he rest in peace. Let's go.
Group Slums Village. And they were a great group. R.I.P. Rest in peace to him. He knew Jaguar from back in the day. The group Slums Village. They were around each other. They did, I believe, a couple shows together and whatnot. So around that era, like, so she knew him. Cap or anything like that, that's true. With that being said, in a live yesterday that Jaguar did, she brought up his death and with him passing away, connected Genesis, which Genesis, who we have here today, is Batin's child's mother. They have a daughter together, and her name is Aura. He was brought up yesterday during the live with Jaguar Wright. Jaguar Wright said that she took part in his death and whatnot, even blamed it on her. And she was very upset by that information because they have had a recent falling out. Now, her and Jag go way back.
So Sean DTV is about to tell us what exactly Jaguar said about Genesis when she accused her of causing the death of her baby's father.
Jaguar said that Genesis is the reason, that he passed away because she, allegedly was harassing him, stalking him, things like that. And he went into a drug house allegedly and ended up getting a bad dose and passing away due to her, which is not cool to say. I'm not, very messed up. And she has a right to defend herself and her child's father, her daughter's father. She does have that right. So that is why she's here. One of the main reasons she's here.
So Genesis came on his program and she just wanted to lay out a little history of how she knew Jaguar. And she went to her baby's father and his history. She went into her history in music. She went into a lot of things. She gave us a lot of insight and found this video very interesting into who Genesis really is, because we did not know much about her. And then she just surfaced as being a very good friend of Jaguar. And when they did have the falling out and Jaguar put out a lot of smear about her on the internet, then she was forced to come forward to defend herself. That's when we got to see who Genesis is. And from since that time, I've been hearing a lot more about her. But I was very interested in this video when I heard it because it really shed light into the essence of who she is as a young DJ coming up in the industry. So let's take a listen, and I will be interjecting with my commentary. So once again, this is on the heels of Jaguar accusing her of unaliving her baby daddy.
How are you?
I'm better. I was really hurt by what was said. I was in tears actually. I couldn't believe, I was like, wow. I didn't believe it.
So with this recent falling out with you and Jaguar, before we get into that, now you had a baby with Batin from the group Slums Village. So you and Jaguar again go way back. So can we get into the start? Like, I know you're a DJ and you're DJing, doing your thing. Let us know a little bit about that. How did you get into DJing?
Well, I was in the military.
Hold on, let me see if she has the rest of this interview. It's really repeating what already was said. So let me just see.
Hey guys, this is another.
And I want to give a shout out to Stay Woke TV because she's really kept a good record of what's been going on. So I gotta figure out how to find the one. And please support her channel because when it really comes down to, she knows she's been able to report things as it is and give a good account. Hold on one second. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. I don't know about going to the Grand Canyon, but we could probably figure it out.
Okay, never mind.
It's gonna take a little time to go to the Grand Canyon, but let me figure it out, okay? We can go to the Grand Canyon, but give mommy some time to do that, okay? Huh? Oh no! I'm going to try to do whatever you say because if you want to go to the Grand Canyon, mommy's going to try to make it happen. The Grand Canyon. We're gonna try to go to the Grand Canyon. Okay. Hold on, let me find the second part of this video. I'm sorry, guys. Let me try to find the rest of it. Actually, I don't think I am. I'm sorry, y'all. Just let me figure out what the. No, they heard they're trying to go to the Grand Canyon. Someone help us figure out how to go to the Grand Canyon. I've never been to the Grand. I don't know I don't know what to do to get to the Grand Canyon. My daughter wants to go to the Grand Canyon suddenly. I don't know why. She said, "Mommy, can we go to the Grand Canyon?" Why? Oh, is that why? Okay, and that's why you want to do. Okay, because I'm like, what? Hold on, y'all. I'm still. I gotta like go back to it. I thought that video would cover everything, but it didn't. I think there's like a second. But shouts out to um Conscious TV because she is or Stay Woke TV because she has so much content over here. Please support her channel. She's talking about a lot of stuff. I'm as I'm like looking for the rest of the video, I'm also promoting her channel. Please check her out. You see all this I mean, she has a lot of information, videos, everything. So but I'm trying to find the one where she continues about this whole situation because it's really sad that a person will lie and say that you did something. You know, it's just crazy. You know that you didn't do, and she knows you didn't do, but just to be spiteful. You know, a person acting in spite to be mean. You know, and so let me find. I think we can close. Hold on. It might be getting closer. But yeah, check out her channel because she has a lot of information. So hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on, guys. I wish I'd like go to like a time frame. I don't know how to like find the go straight to it. I'm sorry, guys. Please excuse me. I probably should have had this already, but you know. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's a lot. It's so much BS. As you look at this, you see how much BS that Jaguar just tries to keep her name into the algorithm about something. It's always some bullshit. It's always something. She always has something to say about something. Talking mess, doing this, doing that. Hold on, let me find out. Hold on. Man, she's been covering everything. Jag in jail? How could you blame Genesis? Your fault, man. Right. So I think that we're getting closer to. I think we're getting up to it. Man, she got like a little bit about everything. Yeah, y'all check out her channel. She has a lot of information. I never even realized how much information she had. Like, god dang. Hold on. She done went to Goomba, who really set fire to Goomba's car, to Jaguar's car. I think it probably is a little bit further up here because let's see. Man, that's a lot of stuff. To have that much BS on somebody, that's crazy. Wow. Okay, so I think we're getting close, y'all. Getting close because I see Legina up here. All right. Yeah, so this is about the time. This is a mess when you actually look at it. It's so much bullshit. It's so much nonsense when you look at it. It's like, come on now. Why does all this exist? Oh Lord, this is crazy. King World towing her car. She was still around me about the time, and then I think about she gets arrested again, and then I think I should be coming up. Mm-mm-mm. Wow, it's a lot. She's kept track of everything. This is crazy. Wow, that is insane. Uh, I still can't find the one with me on it. I don't know, but you know what? I can't find it, so I'm not gonna keep looking. How can you blame Legina and Genesis? So let me see if you know what. Let's go into this one.
Hey guys, so recently I heard a video where this person was talking about Jaguar uh, being set up. Two of her friends turned her in, Legina as well as Genesis, revoke the bond, and then call the bondsman. They called the bondsman, revoked the bond, and that's why she was picked up so soon in Louisiana. And everybody else was calling, but they didn't do anything. But as soon as these two friends called, she was picked up. So this person said she was set up. And in other words, these two so called friends, Legina, well, we know Legina is no longer Jaguar's friend, as well as Genesis, because she had a falling out with both of them. And Legina went to Genesis to live. So you can't really call them friends. You just got to say these two people had a vendetta. They were looking to get even because Jaguar did not show loyalty to them. She cussed them out, although they did so much good for her. So I'm thinking, at what point do you blame these people for everything Jaguar has been going through? Or at what point do you blame Jaguar for what she's been going through? And do you blame these people for putting out their money and they want their money back because she cussed them out? I know if I put up bond for someone, a friend, and they cuss me out and telling me all kinds of crap, unaliving threats and about my kids and all that, trust and believe. I'm picking up that phone and I'm saying, I want my money back. You do with this person whatever you want to do with them. Go get them if you want to go get them. I want my money back. I want my bond back. Pretty much that's what Legina and Genesis did. And this person who put out this video said that she directed these two, Legina as well as Genesis, directed the bondsman to the hotel where she was in Shreveport because they knew where she was. Well, if they did or if they didn't, it doesn't matter because to me, they would have picked her up later than sooner. They picked her up sooner than later, but they would have eventually picked her up later. That's what I'm trying to say. So it didn't matter if they had called or not. A warrant was out for her arrest, and they were going to pick her up because she had missed her court date. Now, the person who put out the video said the only reason why she did not show up in court was because she was busy being evicted and packing and moving. Well, guess what? She had a whole month almost to get her SHIT together because she knew of the eviction. Goomba put it on the internet that Jaguar was well aware of the eviction notice. Everybody knew. Everybody in the world who was looking at that show knew. So how come Jaguar did not know she was going to get evicted? The notice was put on the door, according to Goomba, and so Jaguar had time to get her stuff out of there. but she refused to get her stuff out of there in a timely manner because she wanted to prove a point that Goomba is such a horrible husband that he left them in the dark. She didn't even pay the light bill. They were in the dark. Lagena Gold had to pay that light bill so her mama can get some light in. She didn't want to move because she figured she was going to get free moving from the eviction people. When the office gave them eviction and the office called the movers to put the stuff out on the street, according to Jaguar, that was free moving. That's why she delayed the move, because she wanted them to get the stuff out of the apartment and put it on the sidewalk for her. That's why she did not get out of there in a timely manner. She knew of the eviction and she knew she had a court date on the 10th or whatever day she was evicted. So whose fault is that? It's not Legena's fault and it's not Genesis' fault. All they did was take back their money because they knew Jaguar was not going to pay them back. She owed both of them in the past money that she never paid back. And now that she was cussing them out, they put up the bond. She's cussing them up, cussing them out. That's why they took the money back. But she was going to be picked up anyway because she missed the court date. She did not show up in court. So the way I'm looking at it, even if they took the money back, she should have showed up in court. If she had showed up in court, then she could have resolved all those matters before she went to Louisiana, because Genesis and Lagena took the money back before the 10th, before the eviction date that she was moving. Even if she didn't know they had taken the money back, had she showed up in court, she would have found out when she went to court that the bond was rescinded. But she didn't show up in court because she wanted the office to put her stuff out on the street and for her to carry on and made a show out of it. So the video that this person did made no sense to me, because what he was saying was, oh, y'all took the bond back before the 10th. So how can she know about the bond? Guess what? If she didn't know about the bond, she should have showed up. She should have showed up in court. And she would have found out when she went to court that the bond was rescinded. Girl, it's a good thing you came because you know your two friends, them two friends of yours took the bond back. Thank God you came to court that they don't have to put out a warrant for your arrest. But she chose not to go to court. So the warrant was put out for her arrest. And then she skipped town. Who's at fault for her skipping town? Nobody told her to move to Shreveport, Louisiana. And she knows she got stuff, legal stuff in Texas to clear up. And before she go moving, she should clear those things up first. Come on now. It didn't make no sense when I heard that video. And this person was saying, oh yeah, y'all did that. Yeah, the two of you did that. Y'all made her get arrested. They make her get arrested. She made herself get arrested. I'm tired of people beating up on the mentally ill. Lagena is mentally ill. So these two guys need to lay off of her. Okay? She's mentally ill. She got paranoid schizophrenia. It is a heavy, heavy sentence that this young girl got. And we see that she's still delusional, she's still paranoid, and she's still schizophrenic. She's not getting the help that she needs. She's on the internet acting a fool like Jaguar. And these two are still clowning her. They made enough money off of her when they used her for content. And now they're clowning her because she took back the bond. How much money did Jaguar owe her? How much money, cash up money, thousands of dollars? Because Jaguar said she collected $6,000 from the Cash App. And then she lowered the figure. Oh, I didn't collect that much. And Lagena said she only gave her $500. How much using can y'all do with this young girl? Come on, man. Enough is enough.
And shouts out to the being able to go into the past, because she said that I was the one that was collecting the Cash Apps. You know, it's weird how this stuff still exists. You can just look it up, but people don't want to look that up. They want to just believe what Jaguar is saying right now. But there's videos out here that tell you exactly what happened.
Y'all need to lay off Lagena. She's schizophrenic. She's paranoid. Let her be. But stop using her for content and now blaming her for Jaguar's incarceration. It's foolish, because we've seen Jaguar for years running amok, especially this year and last year. Running amok on the internet. Now you're going to blame Lagena for taking her bond money back? When Lagena has put out so much money, and we've seen it on the internet, all the receipts, with her putting money after money and Jaguar ain't giving her nothing back. The last time the money she put out, Jaguar said, oh, I bought you a dress for $200, the white dress, that, you know, the white dress is mine, and all kinds of foolishness about this dress, and calling it a wash because she spent $200 for this dress. Come on now. Enough is enough. Leave Lagena Gold alone. if y'all are running out of content to boost your ratings and make your monthly check from YouTube, if you want to drive it higher, the amount of money that you get every month, find somebody else to do so. But leave Lagena Gold alone. This girl is sick. She's mentally ill. You do not prey on the ill and the weak. And mentally ill people, you got to leave them be. Talking about these two guys on the internet.
So I think instead of pointing the finger at all the people for taking their money back, they don't want to be involved with Jaguar anymore. You can't point the finger at these folks. You got to point the finger at her family.
Listen. She had every chance to do what was right. Just go to the court. Call the bail bondsman. She's still on this. She's still trying to blame somebody else, not taking accountability. But let's go into this. So I had other it got kind of crazy. Let's go into it.
I hope you don't think that I see you backstage, sweetheart, and I'm not bringing you on. That is not the case at all. As you know, my dear sweetheart. Yes. So, of course,
this whole fiasco went over to London. So it was actual content creators in London covering this. So it was this didn't just go only to American stuff. This stuff was over in London, y'all. Listen.
Let me just quickly. We've got the gorgeous DJ Genesis here. Bear with me. Okay. Hello, sweetheart. How are you, my darling?
Look at me. I'm jumping on another panel again. Oh,
It's
jumping on the panel. Why you jumping on the panel? You just jumping on the panel.
Well, you know what? I didn't watch that video.
Why does it bother people so bad? It ain't they panel. Why is it they mad because I didn't jump on their panel? So because I was on everybody else's panel and not their panel. Well, I did get his energy. I did get on the panel lately. You know what I'm saying?
Because you're so you got good energy. People want to hear from you. They know you've got a real life.
I'm gonna say this. What I did learn is through this whole thing, jumping on panels, because I was trying to defend myself so hard. When this whole thing was going on, I was willing to get on any panel to tell my story because it was so messed up that a person would lie and say that I killed my child's father. You know what I'm saying? Everything that she was saying. And this woman is like a so-called celebrity. And I'm like, okay, why would you say that? Why would you do that? Why would you do this? So shouts out to the debater. Shouts out to the debater. But yeah, so I was jumping on every panel I could, trying to defend myself. But then that became a thing. Are you jumping on panels? Let's go.
Family. I think they're just jealous. That's the honest truth. Let's be clear, as 82 wants to say. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why they should care.
That was something else. Wow.
Say that again, darling.
I didn't see that live. That was wow. I didn't even see that one. Wow.
Really?
This is my first time seeing it. I'm like, and oh man, I've been going light on him, but wow, he had I done did something to him. I didn't do something to him.
Okay, let's just bear with me. Okay, can you still hear me, DJ Genesis?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. And you can see the screen. Can you see 82?
But I'm gonna say much love to 82. We're cool now, but this is back then how people were coming after me back then. But we're cool now. Don't get mad, 82. I'm just playing stuff, showing stuff that happened back then.
On the screen.
Yeah, and wow. I got a lot of
and let's move quickly before 82 moves quickly.
Keep on hopping on everybody's panel and you're talking to everybody and we don't know what you're like. Okay, so what they said you locked up Jaguar, right? What's up, princess? So what if they said you were the cause of locking up Jaguar, right? Okay, you probably were since you took your name off the bond. Okay, I don't understand. What's the bad part about that? Do you like her? Did you not want to get her locked up? That's what I'm saying.
The thing is, I did like her. I thought that we were friends. I thought that we were cool. That's why I helped her mother out, helped her kids and stuff like that, whatever, when she was in jail, went to the jail. I thought that we were cool. Imagine that you think that you're cool with someone and then they use everything against you. That's exactly what happened. So yeah, I liked her.
Sharon, don't worry. You don't have to keep apologizing. No, I love you. I really do. I really do. I don't hate you or anything. You've been a supporter of mine for a long time. But again, this is something like people don't know. And you probably weren't the only one that knew that she went on like 5.
If you have anything to say, my love, in rebuttal, DJ Genesis, or however you want me to, don't you say Genesis, or actually tell me how you'd like me to say your name, please, darling. Thanks for muting.
You can either call me. And also, I was a fan of Jaguars. Before all this, I was a fan of hers, her music, not just her as a person, but her music. So imagine that that's why they said don't never meet the people that you're a fan of, because if you really get to know who they are, you will not be fans of them. And I was literally a fan. I was literally like, man, we need to get her back doing music. Hey, come over to my house. Solar got the beats. Come on. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was thinking about this whole thing was. Come over, we'll do this, we'll do that. No, big mistake. Genesis. My favorite from Oya means I'm not blessed through Oya. You know what I'm saying? Blessings come through.
Yes. Oh, love
Oya is my head Orisha. And so everybody has their own head. You might be Oshun. Other people might be Shanto. So me being a head, my head being Oya, I say my fairy from Oya. So before I even speak, I say my fairy from Oya, right?
I'm with you. Yeah, I get you. Oh, that's lovely. Okay, well, I think also, thank you for explaining that. I think even just for SEO purposes, with regards to getting you traction and people know you as DJ Genesis, you put that in some of your videos. I think we should just refer you to as that as well. That's what people know you as. That's cool. If you want to say anything,
I think I should change it up. I'm new to all this stuff. Maybe I should change it up. I got 3 different names, so people start to know all 3. So this is me when I first started to get on panels. Didn't know exactly how to proceed. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, so should I change my name? Should I do something? Do whatever? So let's go. Oh, I'm echoing?
Yeah, a little bit.
So here we go. So let's go into the conversation. Full figure woman. Hit me up. Oh. No, I'm not. But anyways, so the crazy thing is that day I was going out because I had felt bad about all people were saying this, that, the other. And I had went out to apologize. I went on Donat's channel. I went on Kulu's channel, and I was apologizing about my part in. If everybody thought I was messy, this is my apology to everybody. So that's the thing. The first thing he said is that I just saw a little bit of it, and I didn't watch the whole thing, but I just saw it. And so, what are you doing? Do you like Jaguar? I wasn't even talking about Jaguar.
Right. Yeah.
I went on that day. I was actually going out to apologize for me. If it seemed like I was messy about anything, or I was fueling the fire, that I apologize for fueling things because and I was kind of fueling things. Listen, this is me fresh into my priesthood and my temper. You know what I'm saying? I have a very terrible temper. Just so y'all know, I be wanting and then okay. When I was in my year in white, I couldn't really say nothing. I had to be very quiet and be very self-reserved and stuff. But once that was over, I still have a temper. And I will go in on somebody. I will go off. You understand? So what happened is that once I was able to really speak out, I was like, okay, bump all this. You know what I'm saying? What? You know what I'm saying? What? Okay, now that I'm not in my urine white, okay, guess what? It's on and popping. Who said what and who said this? And I'm ready to go. And I still have to work on that aspect. I'll still be ready to fight and be ready to go in because my whole thing, my temper, okay, is not, my whole temperament is on some what you say? Don't say it again. What? I'll fight your ass. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. I will fight somebody. If any of this was going on in real life, it would be a fight. I probably would have socked somebody and punched them in their goddamn face. What, bitch? You know what I'm saying? So I'm still trying to figure out how to be love and light because trust me, It's aspects of me that are not, that will flip out on somebody and be ready to fight somebody in a heartbeat. So I'm still learning how to control that aspect of myself. I was able to do that in my year in white, because I knew that that was what was required of me. And Jaguar was there during my year in white. And if anybody seen that live with me and her arguing, I listen. I had to throw my own keys down because I was gonna chuck them bitches in her face. Do you understand? I had to throw them on the ground, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, you have no idea. Like, I wanted to just take this ball of keys and just slam it into your goddamn face. That's like the level of anger sometimes I get. So it takes a lot for me to control my anger. When I get pissed off, it's a lot, right? So now you have this person lying, saying this, that, the other, and I was so angry and so mad. But I'm not angry now. I'm good now. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes I'll get pissed off and still pop off, but I'm still, you know, learning how to be more calm. Yeah. But trust me, people do not understand that I will pop the fuck off, right? And it takes a lot of energy not to do that. Because and then I'm like, I don't want to hold back that energy either, because I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to have inflammation in my body and be sick because I ain't pop off on you when it was necessary to do so. So a part of me is like, on some, you want to make me pop off, I'm gonna pop off and I'm gonna release that energy and get it. Because trust me, I feel so much better when I just cuss your ass out and be like, fuck what the fuck you talking about, bitch. And what, you know what I'm saying? I feel so much better. You have no idea the relief I feel when I just cuss a nigga out. So, but also I have to like learn how to control that. I'll be cussing out everybody. So let me
Get
just go.
Jaguar
Let's
right to
go.
apologize. So he was making a whole how many minutes he was talking about the fact that he needs to work out if Jaguar right apologize and get her to properly apologize. Does that make sense? And now he wants you to
I
apologize.
gotta be like
Who
you,
are
modest
you?
male.
Come on.
Modest
This is why
male.
I just
Listen,
read everybody. Like, you are nobody's daddy.
He
And
wanted to.
I gotta be like modest male. See, male is an Aquarius, and we both see Aquarius's a temper is worse than a Gemini. The Aquarius temper is worse than a Gemini. But a Gemini, man, you see Kanye West tripping, you will sound like an entire lunatic. When you get pissed off about something, you see Kendrick Lamar. You see how we'll hold a grudge and we will fucking keep at it. Like, okay, man, keep all right then, and make the whole. By the time it's through, you at the Super Bowl talking about hey Drake. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of shit. But listen, Aquarius is worse than Gemini, so I don't even know. But modest male knows how to control his temper, and I have to like learn how to do the same thing. So, shouts out to modest male.
He wanted me to apologize because he didn't weight shame me, but I put a seal. Well, actually, it was a sea lion. You know,
no,
as
that will be being hypocritical, because as you said, out of his own mouth in the video that he has about you, he says clearly, he says it doesn't matter that they're fat shaming you. It doesn't matter that they're fat shaming you. That's what he says. Remember, he said that. He said it's all fun and games on YouTube. That's okay that they fat shame you. So why on earth is he gonna now?
It's okay if they fat shame somebody else, but not me. You fat shame me, it's on and popping. You understand? Gotta like learn how to be better. Trust me. So bottom line is that there was a whole bunch of nonsense going on during that time frame. Shouts out to AT2. I'm not trying to kick up no dust on that whole situation with that, because really me and AT2 have become friends on like the back end. You know what I'm saying? He still be on some saying some wild stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I have to like be like, okay. You know what I'm saying? But let me get into um the interview I did with Ralph DeWise. So because when it really boils down to it, it's like these new people don't understand the story behind everything, right? They just think I'm just tripping out. So let's go.
Got the ticket. She got on the Greyhound, and then she came on down to Dallas. And then when did you meet her personally? Was it after she got down there, or was she down there with Jaguar for a while before you met her?
She was down with Jaguar for about 2 weeks, and then Jaguar came to my house to work on music. And then she was working on music, and then they left, and then Jag came back, and that's when her and Goomba and wait, I think the Solar situation happened before Lagena came down. Hold on.
I mean, well,
So let me go back. So the whole thing is Jaguar trying to make it seem as if I had something to do with some human trafficking when it has to do with Lagena. So let's go into the story. Let's go.
To be honest with you, like we're me personally, like what you say is not really her word. Like I don't do the hearsay thing, so I would have to hear that from Lagena Gold's mouth herself, right? I know a lot of people are doing cover-up stories right now because of the way things went in real life, right? We could do all
now. I must say that let me tell you this is that sometimes when you interview with people, they'll be throwing little slugs at you at the same time. So just be aware that he's gonna be throwing little slugs at me, but it's okay. It's okay. And I was able to kind of be cool still and not trip. So let's go.
Social media cover up stuff, right? But unless I got in touch with Lagena Gold, I don't think I'm going to believe anything that's coming out of anyone else's mouth besides hers, due to the fact that so many people had so much to do with that whole situation. I mean, even the trip to New Orleans with Solar. A lot of people are overlooking that trip. Why is that?
Overlooking it in what way? I don't think they're overlooking it. I think that heck, that was a big part of what happened with her with Jaguar. So yeah, I mean, actually, like I said, if you actually, I'm trying to find the part in my interview so I could just play that one part on Real Life Street, or send it to you. The clip where she actually talked about how she got her herself, because she was actually at there during my interview with Real Life Street Stars, and she said it with her own mouth what happened.
At what point did she get introduced to you? Because Jaguar said that you and Lagena seemed to know each other before she introduced y'all, or did you get introduced through Jaguar, or did you already know her on your own?
It was through Jaguar. Okay. Jaguar said that this person was down there with needed help, and I went down there. Well, I didn't go down there. I sent someone to help her. That's all it was. And
then you sent her to Jaguar when she got to the Dallas area, or are you in Detroit, or is you in Dallas?
I'm in Dallas. I didn't send her to Jaguar. The only thing, my responsibility was to get her to the Greyhound station. After everything else, after that was between those content creators, Jaguar, and them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So you just happen to have a family member in Detroit that can get her to a Greyhound.
Yeah, and then they were raising money on SDW's platform to get her down.
Right. And not only on there, but on TikTok too. It was a double fundraiser per se. So then they got the ticket. She got on the Greyhound, and then she came on down to Dallas. And then when did you meet her personally? Was it after she got down there, or was she down there with Jaguar for a while before you met her?
She was down with Jaguar for about 2 weeks, and then Jaguar came to my house to work on music. And then she was working on music, and then they left, and then Jag came back, and that's when her and Goomba and wait, I think the Solar situation happened before Lagena came down, I think. Or was that afterwards? I forget. I think that happened. She brought Lagena. Look, I'm getting my times.
Well, because she said it worked out for her. According to what Jaguar said, Lagena had to be there because Lagena was there as a witness. So she said it worked out for her because Lagena was there to witness, Goomba and his, mind slips or whatever she was saying Goomba was going through Goomba. So yeah, she had to be there before the Solar thing.
I think no. So I think Solar was. I don't know because I don't
That's
think
what
that.
I'm saying. Listen to what we can go back to what Jaguar said in her video, right? Jaguar said that Lagena was there as a witness to Goomba going off. Remember, Lagena was there when they was in that house when Jaguar did the video. She said, Lagena, say hi to Goomba. He's not going to be in this house. I don't know if it's a house that they were squatting in, supposed to be buying it, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, so that had to be after Goomba had left. I think she was there a little bit when Goomba was there, and then Goomba ended up leaving at some point.
Right. Apparently, she said Goomba didn't like Lagena or something like that.
No.
Okay. So, and then she brought Lagena to your house after 2 weeks.
Yeah, like they just was there like momentarily to work on music or whatever they were doing and all this other stuff. And
then when did she start living at your house?
Gina started living at my house after they went to Shreveport and then came back because I think that they were going out, they were having issues. And so Gina said, well, listen, I guess something happened with like some kind of candle or something like that, where Jaguar wanted her to go down into some other room where she was doing candle work and like witchcraft and stuff like that. And she got mad because Lagena wouldn't go down and grab a candle or whatever.
But wasn't the Shreveport thing with Solar?
Yeah, but they were going back and forth to Shreveport on a regular basis.
I thought you just said that
They were going back and forth. They had been there several times.
Oh, okay. So this was one time that Lagena was there.
Yeah.
After that she came.
It was after.
So was it? So then she came to stay with you after Jaguar tried to, bring her into some ritual thing.
Right. She didn't like it, and I guess her and Jack were starting to argue, and she was saying, "I don't want to move to Shreveport. I think it's boring here. I don't think I have enough opportunities out here because I guess it must be a kind of sleepy town. I don't know. I've never been there before." So she said she didn't want to live there, and Jack was going to move there. She was moving into that house, and I think they were trying to get Lagena an apartment somewhere. So Jack would be in the house, and Lagena would be in the apartment in Shreveport.
Okay.
She didn't want to live in an apartment in Shreveport, so she said, "Well, I'll come up to Dallas. I'll go to a shelter." And I said, "Well, you don't have to go to a shelter. You could just come stay here, get a job, get on your feet, go get an apartment.
Right. So let's go back to this candle lit thing. Like, what was it? Any other details about that? Did she just say like, "Oh, she tried to get me to come into a dark room with candles in it"? Like, was it?
Well, I guess they had the hotel room they were living in and a separate hotel room where they were doing candle work in.
Right.
And I guess she wanted Lagena to go down there and grab the candle and read it or whatever, because I guess you could read what the candle says or what it means. I don't know whether it was reading the candle or lighting the candle or putting stuff into the candle. I don't know exactly what the details were, but I'm imagining it's probably like, okay, you want to see what the candle is.
Right. I mean, Chucky had the same method. You got to put his hands on your head, and he says, "I'm ring your law, give me the power, I beg of you." You know what I mean? It's certain incantations that you have to speak. And plus they have to be a willing participant, so you have to get them to read it in order to, soul swap, soul snatch, different stuff like that. But okay, it's old magic. Don't worry about it. So was it any more details about it regarding that situation, about the fallout with them too, or it was just like, well, she wanted me to go downstairs and get some candles, and I didn't want to do it? Like, that sounds kind of like bland.
I think it was a kind of consistent thing. Like, she didn't want to sit in the car with Jaguar. She scrolled through YouTube. It was a kind of different thing that she was doing that Lagena just didn't want to be a part of. And also, she did not want to move to Shreveport. She did not want to live in Shreveport with Jaguar.
Okay.
I mean, imagine like you come down from Detroit, you think you're going to live in Dallas, and you're like, okay, well, Dallas sounds ideal, but then the person decides they're going to move to Shreveport. And you're like, okay, I don't think I want to move. You get to Shreveport, you're like, I mean, if you've been.
And then the eviction happened too at that time, so it was kind of like everything played out.
Yeah, she kind of felt like, I think she was like, well, they're about to get evicted. You want me to move to Shreveport? Like, I mean, it's common sense. I mean, like I said, Lagena got a lot of sense. As much as people want to think she's stupid, no, she's not dumb.
I mean, it would be great to get in touch with Lagena, but okay. So after all of this, Lagena was pretty much tapped out because she was pretty much used up. So when did Jag out her? Was it after she moved in with you that Jag started outing her?
Yeah. So what happened is that like when Jaguar came down, she didn't know that Lagena was going to move. So she came to my house with her mom and her son while she went to do something. What I found out later was, drop something off at a body of water for her husband to get her husband back. And I'm not sure if she met him there too and talked to him or whatever. But
hold up. We're not gonna skip over that like it wasn't nothing right there. We can't just skip over that. We cannot just skip over that. Mm-hmm. Drop something off at a body of water to get her husband back. Huh?
Yeah.
Is this pertaining to the situation with the
witchcraft? Yeah. Like, I mean, even when Solar was there with Velvet, they did some witchcraft to get Velvet back with Solar. They were always going to bodies of water doing stuff, so she knows how to do witchcraft.
And this was to get her husband back.
Yeah, she told us, I'm going to get my husband back. But we didn't know exactly what she was going to do to get the husband back at that time.
Because you don't know about blood sacrificing. You don't know about none of that stuff.
Well, I mean, I practice E5. You know what I'm saying? We do.
No. A lot of witches might practice, the elements and the water and the earth and the everything like that. But when you bring blood into it, there's a different type. That's why you have to merge it with the water. You have to be by a body of water because you're going to alchemize and invoke the elements or call on the elements. So you have to be by a body of water because it has to be running water. It has to be live or living water. It can't be a bottled water. It can't be, you know what I mean? So when
she went to a lake, that's not like a running water. You know what I'm saying?
It's still moving water. It's still living water. It's still water that's moving. It's not. It's then sit in plastic for a couple of days. It didn't come out of a faucet or it had treatment. You get what I'm saying? So
I never been.
All right. So whenever you're invoking blood magic, these are some of the things that you might. But anyway,
see, in my religion, we only time we ever do really sacrifice is in this animal. Normally is because of like you're either getting initiated or there's some kind of something on you that maybe might need that just to protect you from maybe death or something like that. But just willy-nilly going out and taking blood to the river and doing all that, we probably might take a watermelon or like a fruit or something like that.
If you do it one way, right, then it's still a form of a life for a life, right? When you bring trees, when you bring plants, stuff like that, it's still a life, right? So most people use that, right? But some of the darkest, the stronger is blood magic. So once some people start, manipulating blood magic, they realize that a human is the strongest, right? So this is where a lot of that play comes in at evil begotten evil, right? But we don't have to get into all of that. I want to try to keep it surface. I don't want to dig too deep, because then we going into some other things, and then that will be based off of speculation, and then we're drifting into conspiracy theorists, and that's where Jaguar likes to manipulate people at. So let's go back to Regina Gold. And so after she got to your house, this is when Jaguar outed her. But as long as she was with Jaguar, her story was good. Okay.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, I'll get back. I'll get back with him. I'm sorry. But yeah, what was the question? I'm sorry. Somebody.
So the at the point that Jaguar outed Legina, this was at the point where she was staying with you, right?
Yeah, she got upset with the fact that Legina had left, and she's like, "Well, they're gonna triangulate your location and all this other stuff, and threatening her, saying that I'm bad, and this, that, the other." And then I found out that she had been saying that for the whole time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so she was mad at the fact that Legina had left her and decided to come over to my place, but that was only like supposed to be temporary. It wasn't like I was trying to bring her into my fold or anything like that. It was more like
right. In Jaguar mind, it was like you stole her cash cow. It was like, what I mean, they was getting a bunch of money on TikTok and all these other platforms, doing interviews, so on and so forth. So it was like you know what I mean, you stole her cash cow. It's no wonder why she came out as a victim herself, because as a handler, you stole the item of which she was handling. So after that, she had to become her own handler. So now she's her own handler and she's her own victim. But that's neither here nor there. So basically, Legina Gold was staying with you. She got on her feet, so on and so forth, and she got her own place. She got her own job. According to you, she's 30-something years old, and so on and so forth. But what's the time span? How long would you say y'all knew Legina Gold? Was it 4 years, 3 years?
No. Like now, it's probably about maybe 2 years, but at the time, it was I didn't know her at all. Like I just zero years.
And you knew Jaguar before you knew Legina Gold?
Yes.
And how long you knew Jaguar?
I've known her since in the 90s, like 90, 98, 99.
Since 98, 99? Shut up.
Yeah.
Ain't no way you know her that long.
Yeah, I booked her for Black Lily. So her and the whole Black Lily crew came to DC when I was DJ down there.
See, you about like a couple of years shy of when she stole my bike. It was 98, it was 94. So it's a little bit off. But okay, so you knew her for that long. Now, so when she started dealing with the carbonation, was you already in touch with this group, or did she did y'all already know all of these people together already, or what?
I had been following Carbonation since Nature Boy started off in like this store saying that he was about to change his life. So I knew about Nature Boy way, when he first started off. So I followed the Carbonation, like just the story from that time all the way till the end, Okay. And so what I ended up doing was trying to help the people that when they were getting out of that to help them get on their feet.
But you never been in like direct contact with that group, have you?
No, I mean I did talk to Nature Boy on the phone and debated him because he was trying to get people to poop on trees and saying that the ancestors, even though he was right, the ancestors are inside of you, but he was trying to go against Ifa and saying us putting an altar to the ancestor is a waste of time because the ancestors are within you. And I'm like, okay, but that's just a way to like focus your intent when you are dealing with it.
So what point did you know that Jaguar was in touch with Solar and doing all of the, ritual stuff?
When Solar came to my house after he broke up with Velvet, the thing is Jaguar had found out that I was in touch with Carbonation. Initially, I had contacted her because my child's father by 10 was in Slum Village and was on tour with her back in OK Player. When he died, I was trying to do an autobiography of him, and I was trying to get her to help me because she knew all the OK Player people. Had I known what I know now, I probably would have never contacted her because she probably would have never had, nobody would have probably ever joined a biography that she had anything to do with. I found that out later on. But I was trying to do, she was putting me in touch with people like Real Life Street Stars to help me film it. And she found out that Shaka and them were staying at my house, Shaka Zulu, which was part of Carbonation for a couple months, and went through their whole situation with them. But I became friends with them through the Tribe Zulu on Bigo. Jaguar and Tokyo Tony was trying to take down Nature Boy on Bigo. So I was like, oh, okay, Shaka, since he talked to Jaguar on Bigo, maybe she can come and help out with the documentary. Because it was, he came to me and said, man, you should just go ahead and do something about 10, bring his memory back, this, that, the other, do a documentary.
Okay.
In touch with some people, and I was like, okay, let's do it. And then I said, well, you should get in touch with Jaguar. So I ended up emailing her. She ended up responding back. I had a dinner with her. She said she would help. Next thing you know, she put me on the phone with Obi Trice. She's showing that she knows people. Okay, cool. So then she comes to the house and sings Donny Hathaway. I'm singing the song to you to Shaka and them. And then it just kind of like, we did like some things like an interview on her Philadelphia. I became I started to like do tech support for her channel, trying to help Goomba make it better because it was like wonky and like kind of glitchy. That's
Right.
okay. Well, I'm a web developer and a software engineer, so I know how to do that stuff. So she was actually asking me to help her with her stuff and help her to become help her with her events and stuff like that initially, and then that kind
Well, at what point did the fallout happen?
when Lagena came, when Lagena came.
When Lagena came and she felt like you took Lagena from her, or you took Lagena's side, then you became the enemy after that?
Yes.
So after you knew this lady since the 90s, and you done did this for her and got Lagena down there, got your peoples in Detroit to get Lagena down there to her, and then off of that one incident, she decided y'all friendship and everything was worth that one little incident because Lagena made a choice to stay with you.
Yes.
Wow.
She told me, well played. In her mind, she think that I was like trying to gun for Lagena to try to get her on my side. I don't know what she was thinking. I'm like,
she
bro.
said that? She said, well played?
She said, well played.
Damn. So she gave you credit for it.
But the thing is I didn't play her. I wasn't trying to play her.
No. That's it's the mind of somebody who plays God, that when they say stuff like that, that means, it's like, Sherlock Holmes, the game is a foot, Watson, life is one big game, and you played her in the game of life by taking her, cash cow away, which further, caused the downfall of the house and everything like that, because now she don't got Lagena Gold to try to, do these interviews with, so on and so forth, to try to, the squatting situation was already about to come to a head, but at least with Lagena at that time, you got to think about it. She lost Goomba, then she turned around and lost Lagena. She already was about to lose Sam. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you played a part in that because of that. You know what I mean? Because of how everything played out. So she's looking at you like, okay, well played. You took another piece of the puzzle from me that I was trying to use in order to get where I wanted to go. You get what I'm saying?
Right. So, but I found out later that she had planned on like exposing her, Lagena, like trying to do exposure. Like she brought her down here only to like.
I mean, once she got all of the coin out of her that she can, then there's money to make on the back end by exposing it and then dragging that out. Yeah, very strategic, narcissistic, manipulative stuff. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay, so after all these years of knowing her, y'all finally fall out over this Lagena thing. But how long was the Nature Boy thing there? Like, when did that happen on Bigo? Was this like early 2021 or roughly before that?
Well, I knew Shaka and them around 20. I lost my child like 2019, I think it was. I forget what. I kind of put it out of my mind, but so what happened is when I was in the hospital, I ran into Shaka and them because I was watching Bigo, and they were in town. And I was like, oh man, you guys are in town. And so after I lost my son, they were like kind of like being nice with me and talking to me on the phone, this, that, the other, and we ended up meeting up when they came to Dallas. And they introduced me to Bigo. So I became part of their Bigo family because it was during the COVID epidemic. So whenever COVID hit, about in 2019, that time, because I ended up getting COVID, that's how I lost my child. Well, I ended up having to give birth early. And whenever that big freeze was in Dallas, I think that was in 2019. I'm not sure. But that freeze kind of put me into preeclampsia and made me give birth early. So, and then they found out I had COVID, and then the baby ended up passing. So after he came out 2 months later, so they were around during that time, like I was in communication with them. And so when they came to Dallas again, they met with me. We all went out, hung out with the kids, and it was like, just hanging out, And so they introduced me to the whole Bigo and making money on Bigo. So during the whole COVID, I was a part of their family making money on Bigo. And that's how I found out about Tokyo Tony and Jaguar and the whole Nature Boy thing. Because at the time, Nature Boy had come to Bigo, and yeah, it was a whole thing. It was like a battle between Shaka's group and Carbonation. They were like trying to get people from Carbonation to leave and go to his family.
Okay. So, and then like after all of that happened, you were trying to help the people from that group?
Just it was mainly Shaka and Azine, but through Shaka and Azine, that's how you get Solar coming and Velvet coming. It was only those two. And then, like I said, then Velvet and Solar ended up coming after they had left Carbonation.
Okay. And what happened with the whole Solar? I mean, well, according to what you might have heard, what happened with the whole Solar and Jaguar situation? I mean, Goomba was going off as if, you know, Solar done voodooed her, and you know, she started taking Solar's side. Goomba's confused, like, yo, I thought you were my woman. Like, what was your take on that whole Solar and Jaguar situation?
Well, it was interesting. You know, he was heartbroken because him and Velvet had broke up. She had kicked him out, I think, and he ended up coming down to Dallas and was trying to get a job with Shaka, getting on his feet again, and trying to get back down to Mexico. So he had come down, and then he had been there for like about a week or two, and then Jaguar came, and she had come a few times before Solar was there, and he was working on music the whole time. So when she came, he was working on music, and then next thing you know, they're working on music together. She made the song "Welcome to the Circus" in the middle of that, and so after that, she probably known him for like a day, and then she asked him to go down to Shreveport. Shaka and I were heading toward Detroit, and she said, "Well, can you come with us to Shreveport?" So he was like, "Sure." So he gets in the car and goes to Shreveport with Jaguar and them. While Shaka and we went up to like Detroit to go to a studio out there and work on some music out in Detroit. So what ended up happening is that he was going to different events, meeting different people in like Louisiana and stuff like that, wherever they were going. And then when they on the way back, something weird thing happened where she wanted to get like some beignets or some kind of like crawfish or something like that on the way back, and then but I don't know. I think that Gerald was like throwing a gun in the car or something weird was going on. So and then next thing you know, they ended up falling out, and then the whole like barbershop scene happened, and we were on the phone with them during that, but yeah, because we were trying to tell Solar, he's like Goomba was like, tell him to get away from my wife.
Right.
You know.
Okay. And Solar still is incarcerated for that, right? Or was it for that incident that he's incarcerated for?
Mm-mm.
Okay, yeah.
He's incarcerated because he was trafficking D-Rugs from California to the UK.
Oh, okay. So, wow. We're not even gonna get into that. So, Jaguar Wright in the live that she deleted 8 days ago, she had mentioned something pertaining to. Let me get this right. I said that I wasn't going to help none of those kids from that carbonation until after it was dispersed, and I did just that. I helped those girls. Okay, so yeah, what girls is she talking about that she helped?
She said she helped who?
She said she helped the girls from carbonation. She said she helped the girls from that group. She was saying something about I did nothing but have Sabbath dinner with them, take them to church, teach them about their creative ability. And we don't know what girl she's talking about. She said I did nothing but help.
I mean, she did help. She did tell Velvet. She did get the pregnancy test for Velvet, where she found out that she was pregnant by Solar.
Okay. So that she didn't mention nothing about a pregnancy test or nothing like that. She said I don't know if you want me to play it, but she said I did nothing but help those.
No, go ahead. I want to hear this because it's crazy. Because I'm like, at the end of the day.
Oh, you want to hear it? Okay.
I mean, all this was going on in my house. So whatever help she was doing, like if she was in my house helping. So like I was helping. She felt like she was helping.
Yeah, not good at all. I promise you. Here's that.
The kids that came out of that cult until after they defected. I told them when they were ready to leave, if they needed my help transitioning back into a normal life, I would help. And that's exactly what I did.
Oh, okay.
The children. I'm like the grandmother.
Where they at? Where they at then?
She's like their grandmother.
Where they at? I mean, that's what she said. She said I did nothing but help them. I'm like their G-mom. I'm like the grandmother, I'm trying to figure out where the grandkids at then.
She said she considered Shaka her nephew or something like that. I don't know about the grandma. Where the grandma came in? I don't know. All these kids have grandmothers, by the way. They all have.
What kids? What kids we talking about? Who is
this? Velvet's children have grandma. They have a grandma that she lives with her mom. I think she lives with her mom right now. I'm not sure, but they have a grandma. All the kids from Carbonation have grandparents. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know where she comes in thinking she's a grandma. She said she was the auntie. Okay, you could be the auntie, the fake aunt. Like cousins. You know how black people do, but she's not the grandma. Like, come on now. What? So, anyways, she like I said, when she would come, she would play with the kids. She would play with Shaka and them. She would talk to them and whatever. For a little bit of time, and then she would get back to music. It wasn't like she was like Holy Mother Teresa, you know what I'm saying? And also, when she brought us to church, it was only me and Lagena that went to church. Everybody didn't go to church.
Oh, just trying to clear up some, because she has this way of spending stuff in her mind and then trying
So
to
it
make
was
it a
my how many
reality.
kids? They was how many kids were there. So Shaka have 2 kids. I have my 2 kids, and then when Velvet came, she had her daughter, her 2 kids. So about 6 kids total.
So
And
at what point did she start trying to get your kids taken away?
after Lagena, the whole situation with Lagena.
So after Lagena, all cards was off. She was trying to, say how many people was in the house and trying to get CPS to come to the house and all of that jazz.
Yeah, sending fake CPS letters saying that people were going to call CPS and sending emails saying that people were concerned. Somebody named Uncle Barry Hankins' baby mama, like emails from somebody named that. And I know that she's good. She could make up fake emails. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, bro, I don't think that these are real. And then Shaka sent it to me laughing. So it's crazy that, he ended up double back on me. But, hey, people do what they feel like they would.
That's crazy. So basically, like, after Jaguar made you the villain, other personas started making you the villain too?
Yeah, pretty much.
So the documentary that you were putting together was off the table as soon as you took, as soon as you thought you were doing what was right and let Ladina stay with you.
Pretty much, yeah.
And you haven't fully recovered from all of that, have you?
Not really.
Not financially or mentally?
Well, I would say mentally I have, but financially I'm still kind of like trying to get back together. You know what I'm saying? Because I spent a lot of money trying to, make things happen. And then the way that they kind of double crossed me, the amount of money I put in, they were supposed to be helping me with the situation. But really in the background, they were like plotting against me and ended up stealing my equipment. And it was a whole thing that went on.
Dang. And then, like, I guess Jaguar just chucked it up to like, that's what you get type time.
Yeah, that's what you get. That they deserved it. They deserved that equipment. For what? They didn't come on now. They were staying for free. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to help him. You know what I'm saying? Because, he would tell me about his child support. And I said, okay, well, we'll try to like come together and like generate some money, whatever. And then, y'all get, because their whole objective was to get back down to Mexico. Even when Solar came, they were all like, even though they were like away from the cult, they still had like a kind of a cult like mentality. Because like whenever they all got except for Velvet. But when Solar came, he was trying to get them all to come back together and go back down to Mexico. He was trying to get everybody to come back, you know what I'm saying, to a group kind of cult like thing.
That's where
they went off to a park somewhere and they were all plotting about going down to Mexico and this, that, the other. But the problem was that Velvet, there was a whole thing where Velvet, he didn't trust Shaka because Shaka and Velvet had some kind of dealings before in the past. So there was a whole thing that was involved with that. And then that whole thing kind of blew up and they finally got the truth and was able to sit down and talk about it. And then, Velvet and Solar end up leaving and going to Florida. I don't know. They fell out at some point when him and Velvet went to Mexico, but they end up falling out. Now Velvet's where she's at, and he and Solar's in prison or jail, about to go to. I don't know if he's gonna go to prison or what's about to happen. So
all this stuff happening, and then Jaguar Wright comes into the picture, and they're supposed to be doing this stuff to get Velvet back.
Yeah.
And then more strange stuff start happening, and I'm guessing Goomba probably sensed something was off because Goomba said like, he went in the house and came back out, and it was like Jaguar was hypnotized or something like that because he was sitting closer to Solar. She was, like if they was making decisions on stuff, and he said that they wasn't going to do something, and Solar said that they was, and Jaguar took Solar's side, and he's looking like, hold on, what's going on? I'm supposed to be your man. Like you coming at me like he's your man, and I'm the side nigga or something, So that explains that situation.
I don't know. You said they were getting like rubbing each other's shoulders and all kind of weird stuff, like giving massages. I don't know what was happening.
Yeah, he said a lot of, a lot of suspicious activity was taking place. Okay, so pretty much like you were just like trying to progress and, basically make a living out of what it is that you do, the graphic design, the computer stuff, build your platforms, profile, maybe get the documentary out there, so on and so forth. The things that you guys talk about, I noticed Jaguar still holds it over your head whenever she pops up. So how's that documentary going? Stuff like that, right?
Well, and interestingly enough, Titus's mom, may she rest in peace, passed away. So a lot of the it has been kind of like the whole estate is in shambles. So I pretty much kind of like, not no offense, but I just kind of gave up on it, because it's like it's just too much, going on. It's a lot of like stuff with the labels and it's a lot. So
you don't feel like Jaguar Wright still owes you that? I mean, she latched herself onto you, made it seem like your dreams was possible through some directional measure that she was giving you, and and then she snatched it all away and then hit you with a ha 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 at the end of it?
I don't think she owes me anything. I think that the lesson I learned is what I got out of it. You know what I'm saying? And I learned a lot about like uh, being too kind to people. You know what I'm saying? And not really like, even though like, because I was used to in Detroit. My house was where all the artists would come. We'd make music, and I was so used to hold the Detroit vibe. People come together, make music. They're chilling. We're making albums. We're doing that. We're being creative. We're coming together with ideas. I'm used to that kind of environment. I'm not used to like when I moved to Dallas and like how they're from California, Shaka and them, and then Jag from Philly. Then you got all these different like personalities that come together, and you think it's gonna work, but I think that like the artists in Detroit tend to be more artistic, when it comes down to art and not so much hustleish, you know what I'm saying? So they can get together and come together and put together a project and put it out, and it's not like all this BS in the game. I've lived in several situations where people come together and live underneath one roof, make music, put it out, make different projects, put it out, and it's successful and everybody eats off of it. This is the first time I've ever experienced where everybody comes up into a situation and people get to backbite each other, people get to talking mess about each other behind each other's back, and all this other stuff. This is not the first time I've been in a group situation with people where people work together. If you ever heard of Underground Resistance, Submerged Recordings, in Detroit, Michigan? That's one of the first techno labels. They had a whole like movement where they were going overseas and everything.
Okay, so you were just looking for that type of experience because that's what you were used to. You were like, okay, that's the vibe that that you wanted. You thought you were going to get that type of vibe.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in this whole equation, right? At what point?
And I'm sorry, I thought that Jag was used to that too, because if you were part of OK Player, that's all OK Player was.
Right.
They was all the Soul Aquarians. They were all getting together, working underneath one roof, kind of like almost like the what's that thing? All the different like back in those times, people would come together and make music.
Yeah, you had Digital Underground. You had everybody playing their part. You look at Wu-Tang Clan. You look at some of these other people. They went through the struggle. They all lived in the same house. They all,
Dude, listen, I like went to high school in Steubenville, Ohio, when Wu-Tang Clan was in Ohio, Steubenville, and honey, they'd be wearing the same clothes of each other, and man, they would be all up in one house. I think they had a house by a lake out in Ohio, and they would just grind it out, and they're successful now. You know what I'm saying? Like it worked. So I'm like, okay, well, Shaka, he's a talented artist. You know what I'm saying? He got like a little bit of vision. You know what I'm saying? He knows how to put some rhymes together, and he got the grind. He sat there and made the music and did the stuff. We at some point, the stuff that we were putting together could have been something, even with the Charleston White thing, how we put that together, we were working together as a team. So I don't understand why it became so jealous and so.
It was a Jaguar Right effect. But so are you prepared for the backlash that's going to come from you being up here on my panel? Because they do watch me and they're going to speak about you. And then she's going to try to put you out there, paint your narrative of this. She's going to say, I don't know why DJ Genesis was up there. She's this and she's that. Like, this.
Well, she's been doing that. She's been doing that without even me even saying nothing. I can say nothing, and then she will somehow bring my name up, and I'm over here minding my business. It's like, okay, I thought, all right, we not cool, all right, fine. But then, okay, you keep wanting to bring my name, keep wanting to say.
Yeah, but speaking over here is a different type of operation because I'm gonna cut it up and I'm gonna put it on multiple platforms on TikTok and Instagram and so on and so forth. Right now you're on 2 different pages on YouTube and Twitch. So she knows that I'm not only platform streaming the live, but she knows I operate in multiple spaces, and they're furious about that.
Well, you know what? Listen, I was on Real Life Street Stars. They're on TikTok and all that stuff too. That's why she was mad about. She comes over to this couch over here, and that's why she sat up there and tried to make a lie that I had. Try to call me a PDO and all kind of weird stuff.
Yeah, but this is kind of different because this is like, why is everybody going to tell their story to somebody who said I stole their bike 31 years ago? That's the effect of this right here. It's a
well, why does she keep lying, saying that I knew Lagena when I did not know Lagena? Like, she's saying all these lies, and then she thinks I'm wrong for standing up for myself or getting off, because
everybody's wrong for standing up for themselves. You heard all the lies that they put on Amber. Amber had to show all types of call logs, text message receipts, Instagram receipts. You see all the lies that they're pushing out there. The thing is, their lies is catching up to them. See, it's one thing to be able to lie and let it linger for a while, right? It's another thing when someone's catching the lies as soon as you spit them out. That means you got to use more lies to cover them up. So by me not only pointing out the lies and catching them as soon as they happen, right, the same day, next day, right, it's keeping her mind in confusion, right? So by me making her focus on me and her stealing my bike 31 years ago, It's confusing her mental. She can't focus on the next evil plan that she's got because she's focused on defending herself on the fact that she stole my bike 31 years ago. You get what I'm saying? Why you got another account coming up?
No, this is
that's the screen. You sharing the screen? Okay, let me pull mine down.
Okay, so this is my interview with Real Life Street Stars, okay? And on this, you'll hear Lagena actually speak what happened, and then they also speak what happened on their end. So anyone that's trying to put out any narrative that I knew Lagena prior to, here we go.
Movie with the you don't know what you're trying to like relax everybody, relax your ass.
Don't get a pressure point.
A little bit of rubbish. Trying to dry out, yeah. Loosen y'all up a little bit, combination style.
Right, hey, they got all the ointments and shit, so
right. Got a little satchel and shit like that. Rubbing against skin.
But that moment, and again, you're right, because when I talked to Jaguar, and she did tell me, like, yes, no, she did ride around with her son's ashes and things like that. To see what unfolded at the barbershop and it did say, like, man, this was, I don't know if we can come back from this. That's even me thinking business, like, how do you fix this? So even me calling Jaguar, I'm like, man, we could fix this. Let's just figure out a way to.
They were supposed to be on the way back to the.
Yeah, to come. Yeah, we were supposed to come do a celebration of real life for touching 1 million views and get. We're going to talk about doing new content for Monday, and then that never happened. So we were still trying to figure out a way to. We could still come back from this, but then of course, the arrest, just everything happened after that. When did you and Jaguar's relationship? Because I think y'all had friction after that.
Yeah, this could get me struck, right?
No, they don't be striking people, but you can play the audio.
Everything was going on. I think she was leaving your house to go to the barbershop. I don't even know. It was all in the area.
She did.
Yeah,
they did.
They were leaving your house to go to the barbershop to find Gerald and shit. So where did y'all's situation kind of start going?
Can y'all hear it?
When Lagena.
Okay, so we'll go to Lagena. All right, so let's do this.
Chat, can y'all still hear it?
The Solar incident, Jaguar was still into the mode of let's fix this.
With Gerald, right? Yeah.
With Gerald. She went to jail. She got out.
She went to
she went to the mental.
No, she went to Chicago and wound up at the airport.
Well, before the airport, she went to the mental facility instead of jail. Not loose. Right. She went to the mental facility. She was able to get out after a week, and then she said, "Let's get right back to it." She went to Chicago, clear head. I talked to her up there for a while. She was just kind of clear head, and the incident happened on the way back from Chicago, in which she said, "Hey, there's a person I would want to get out here that I've reached out to, which is Mr. Gina Gold, of course."
Did she say that when she was in Chicago?
Yes. She wanted.
See?
Hey, we're connected here.
See, because she tried to make it seem like I was the one who knew Lagena ahead of time. See, I didn't know Lagena.
Oh no.
Who Lagena was?
She was on. Lagena had already, I think, hit TMZ. It was right at that time.
She was on TMZ. Lagena was on TMZ.
She was.
Well, Legena's right here. That's why I'm looking like, what? She's on TMZ.
The only reason that we even, when Jaguar said who Lagena was, we only knew it, and we said we agreed to do the interview because of TMZ. Like TMZ reported it. So I'm like, I don't know if you probably know that.
I know.
Yeah. So
I didn't even know.
So when Jaguar said, I got to get her here to Texas quick. So honestly, I don't know if Jaguar was doing it to help Lagena or she just saw this content. Like we got.
Oh no, she saw the content.
Okay, yeah, we got to get on the show. Yeah, I think she admitted it. So we got to get on the show. We got to, we got to get on. So I want to get on my show, but also I want to have y'all interview as well. And at the time, we told her we're probably not going to interview. We don't know the story. We don't know the story. And then it hit, it was on TMZ. We're like, oh, okay. TMZ reported it. I guess we should talk about it. So she brought down, introduced us to Gina. We did our interview. And then again, from that moment on, and I want to touch on this because there was a way to get Lagena down here that Jaguar, she called us. She called Real Life. It was like, I need y'all to go get her. And I'm like, we're not about to go get her. Like, is there a way for y'all? Is there you have any connects that get? I think Lagena was in Detroit.
She's in Detroit.
Like, is there any connects you got? I'm like, I could probably make a couple of phone calls. But I doubt we have those connects. So I believe you might have came into.
She texted me that night. Hey, you got somebody because Legena's in trouble. She needs. She got to get out of there ASAP. So I'm like, oh man.
Did she say why ASAP? Why should I get out ASAP?
No. And then the next day, it was like, like on some it's almost like making it seem like somebody was about like tracking her down and she had to get out like the mafia. Like she brought the mafia, the mafia again. The mafia.
Time was coming.
Right. They're coming to get her. The way that she made it sound like people were outside watching her door for her to come out the house and was going to gun her down. Or chloroform. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think and I can't remember because I think we did send some money to help.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine come and with a gun. It was also snowing, by the way. It was the middle of winter, snowing. It had just snowed. Like it was a snowstorm. I think that hit before, like a few days before that. So it was like full blown Detroit midwinter, cold with snow, etc. going on.
Okay, so
and my friend, in 10 minutes of me calling, drove over there and had her because I'm thinking that somebody's really about to get this for me.
Yeah, like it's time.
And I'm like telling her to run to the truck.
Oh wow.
It's like that. Like I'm like, he got a strap. He ready to fight. He's looking around. We're thinking this is like a. Once again, we on Mission Impossible.
Yeah, it's like that's what said. That's the theme that's been said. Like, listen, get in there, get out. No, if you see somebody.
Hurry up, get in the car. Pull off the car, going downtown, looking back and forth. Someone's pulling up. We thought that. Listen,
So you pretty much like Jaguar just set the whole scenario up like that. You could take it off now. We pretty much got the gist of it.
Yeah, and after that, you'll hear Lagena confirm it.
Oh, okay. So hold on. Was Lagena saying that somebody was doing this, or somebody was chasing her, or somebody knocked on her door, or anything, or that was what Jaguar was saying to y'all?
That's what Jaguar was saying, because I was not in touch with Lagena. I didn't even talk to Lagena until she got to Dallas. Like, she was in the car, but I never. I mean, I think I said hi and introduced myself, but I didn't ever have a really outdrawn conversation with Lagena when she was in the back of the car with my friend. It was more like, oh, is she hungry? Because she was on the phone with Jaguar the whole time when they tallying up how much money they had to get her down to Texas. The whole thing.
That's crazy. So pretty much, like, y'all didn't really know if the story was accurate or not, that somebody was chasing her. Y'all just act according to if somebody was chasing her, and
Yeah.
so on and so forth. So y'all, nobody, even Lagena herself, did she ever confirm that somebody was chasing her or after her, or?
No, it was never really confirmed that there was anybody chasing her. It was more like that she felt like that her house, somebody had broken into her house or something like that
Right.
the day before, and so that's why I think it was like she felt like something was going on. But
Yeah, it probably was Big Hungry CC. That's what Jaguar do. Jaguar got a team of people that she used to go out and place the threat, that gang stalking mentality, follow them in a car and stuff like that. And then she played the Wizard of Oz, where she played like she keeping you safe, where she create the scenario. But in this situation right here, most likely she just wanted Lagena to get to her expeditiously because she's seen the money that could
I
be.
don't think it was CC. I think that she was getting evicted. I think that she didn't. She is a few months late on her rent. And
I mean, Lagena might have been getting evicted and wanted a different place to operate or whatever like that. But you just heard real life street stars say that Jaguar contacted them when she was in Chicago, saying that she needed to get Lagena to her, as quick as possible because she was on TMZ.
Yeah, and I had no idea she was on TMZ. I found out that day that she was on TMZ.
Right. So you just now heard him say, like, you thinking that the first time was when, she got in touch with you and was trying to get the bus ticket and get her down there. Right. But they telling you she said that she needed to get this girl down there when she was in Chicago and they sent money. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So she's saying that she needed to get this girl down there. Real life street start telling you that she already was trying to get this girl down there before you started making the arrangements for this bus ticket and so on and so forth. Even as far as saying that they sent money to get this girl down there already because she had called a week before or 2 weeks before or whatever. Whenever she was in Chicago, I don't know when that time was.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, wow. I mean, even when I was in it, my brain was not really focused on that. You know what I'm saying? I was more focused on what I'm trying to do, making money. You know what I'm saying? So even as I'm telling the story, it wasn't really registering what was going on. I'm like, what? I'm surprised the whole time. Like, what? TMZ? What?
Right. I mean, nobody knows that she was like on TMZ. Nobody knows that that she was making this money on TikTok already, because when you think about it, Jaguar Wright had Sean Davy Way do a bus ticket fund, and they was doing the money on TikTok coming in for her to get a ticket, right? And they sent her the money for the ticket, sent you money for food and the gas for your driver.
They never sent me a dime. They sent it to them, and they sent Jag ended up paying the driver. And see, the driver was trying to play me like he was my friend, but Nick Detroit gonna be hustling. So I said, we ain't got nothing to eat. We've been sitting out here for hours, because it was up there at least about 2-3 hours waiting on people to raise money.
I mean, that's what she said. She said she sent it to DJ Genesis for the driver and the food. So Lagena got free food and the bus.
She never sent me no money for no food.
She sent it directly to the driver.
I don't know who she sent it to. I don't think she did. I don't know. I think she did end up paying the driver after the fact, or at some point during the fact. I don't know, but I could actually try to contact him. He can tell you on his side too.
No, I don't think that would be necessary unless it was Lagena Gold. I don't think the conversation would go in any direction, bringing other players involved that are not really involved. So basically, the whole thing with Lagena Gold and her, story, Jaguar Wright said that she'll believe the story until the paternity test, or not the paternity test, but until the test comes out different, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were you under that same, notion, or did you already know like that she was fraudulent?
I mean, I never believed at all about the whole. I mean, when I caught wind of what was going on, that she was saying that she was Aaliyah's daughter and this, that, the other, I didn't believe that. You know what I'm saying? But she's still a human being, and I really more about a person. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't about like her fake being Aaliyah's daughter, because even though she would tell me the story, it's like, but that's partially why we also fell out, because I didn't. When she was at my house, I wouldn't allow her to get online and say that. You know what I'm saying? I was like, no, I don't want you saying that at my house, because I don't want no one backlash coming on me, pushing this narrative about you being Aaliyah's daughter, and I'm supporting you, I'm helping you. I'm look like I'm part of that whole thing. So part of like her anger towards me, well, she felt like I was kind of like holding her back, or I don't know. So that was another thing that was going on.
Do you find it ironic that Ramir and Lagena are closely coming out with the same type of story and have connections with Jaguar?
Who is Ramir?
Ramir Shuttlesworth, whatever his name is, the dude that comes out that says he's Jay-Z's son.
I don't know about that thing. I don't know nothing about that part. You know, the Ramir person. I don't even know who that is.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't even follow that.
You ain't been keeping up with the Jay-Z situation?
Only the main thing when it comes down to like the Ali Carter and stuff like that. Not so much whatever that person.
You ain't been keeping up with Sean Atwood's network?
Nah, I don't watch
Okay.
it. If it's got Jaguar on it, I can't stand to watch her for like 5 seconds. It's something that's in my system that I can't watch her channel. I can't watch her on there. It irritates me. So I can't, about 2 seconds, I gotta turn it off.
I know that's right. All right. So basically you got dragged into this situation trying to follow a dream of what you were, you know, a old feeling that you knew once before, right?
Yeah, like when it really came down to it, you know, I remember her from back in the day when she was a singer and doing that. I didn't know this new Jaguar. I didn't know who this person. I didn't know this person. I just knew her from performing and making music. And I'm like, okay, I'm thinking, okay, let's make some music. Let's do some shows or whatever. But you know, she was saying that people were sabotaging her shows. People were doing this. Like she had invited us to a show. I think it was in Houston. She said that it was like New Year's Eve or something like that. And people like this thing tried to fall on her, like they had set her up, and you know, so I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on here, you know. So
so she was creating these type of scenarios everywhere she went, and then y'all was just acting them out with her, like, oh shit, come on, drive faster.
Well, when I first met her, she was saying that she was being followed by like some cartel or something like that.
In 98?
No. This was recent when I got back re in touch with her, and like when this whole thing started.
Oh.
When I had dinner with her.
Was she saying that stuff back in 98?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, absolutely not. She was more. She was normal. She was actually an artist. She was making music and this, that, the other. Now, I don't know behind the scenes how she was, because I wasn't. We didn't really like. We weren't like besties. You know what I'm saying? It was more like a business.
You, like, link back up with her? Like, are you talking about the 2000, like 2001, when you got back in contact with her? Or?
We would have touch points over time. You know what I'm saying? Because we were all in the same like circumference of like neo soul.
So at what point? All right, let me rephrase the question. At what point did you realize, like, what the heck was it? When she had that little seizure in your house, or was it before that you realized? Like,
it was the seizure in the house where she said that there was a orc about to come. When she did that, we all looked at each other like, what in the hell is going on? You know what I'm saying? And then it just started all hell, because every time her and Goomba would come to the house, they'd be in the middle of an argument. You know what I'm saying? And be mad and this, that, the other. And so we'd be like, man, what's going on? And so Shaka would talk to Goomba. Jack would be inside the house. She would sit in one chair and, you know, talking and whatever. He would come and set up for Philadelphia, because they were filming Philadelphia from my house. They would do interviews, be talking about stuff. She'd be singing, be going live on Philadelphia, all that stuff.
Okay.
So it was almost like a media house. You know, that's how I was looking at, okay, we're doing this. We're working on internet, working on the website. She's broadcasting live. She would come to my house, broadcast live. They'd be working on music. It was just like a whole like atmosphere of music and putting up websites and all that stuff.
I see somebody keep saying it was late 2021. So basically, like, when she went into the, you know, little episode, you know, basically she was saying like a war is coming. Like, what was she saying? Like,
she was asleep, and she had been asleep for like about, I would say, 30 minutes, and then somewhere in the middle of that, she began to like convulse, and then she was like, a war is coming, and then Shaka came up with like, I'm not Shaka, Goomba was like, what's up, you know, and then he told us, you know, well, she does this sometimes, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Because we were all like, I think we were about to eat, and was cooking, and she goes into the war is coming, and we're like, what? So yeah.
And then, and like, when did things start? Was it after that things started like getting weird, or was it before that you noticed the weirdness?
Well, it would be touches of weird points, and then, like I said, you know, whenever she would come, you know, at the time she was having like a thing with this other content creator, so she would get up there and be going in on him and this, that, the other, and then people began to like kind of track her down, and it became like a whole situation about her being at my house. So because of the fact that she was in the same house with Shaka and them, that became like a whole situation. And then you bring Solar in, and you had people like kind of like tracking them at the time. So that my address got like doxed and everything. It was a whole experience. People were threatening, wanting to fight. It was crazy. And she would get online and be singing songs and cussing people out, whatever, And then I think they went to they would leave and go out of town and then come back after they, left out of town. I think they went to like Arizona for a little bit. She said their car blew up. She came back, and then blamed it on them. There's people said they blew up her car, and it was a lot going on.
Was you aware of that story, or was you still friends with her during that whole car story?
Yeah, yep, I was still talking to her. Yeah,
that was before the Lagena situation.
Yeah, she was coming to my house, and they would be making music. She should have an album out as much music as she was making at my house.
I mean, she probably can't get to that. She probably can't. That's probably there's complications. There's always complications when it comes to Jaguar and her music career. I mean, so at what point did this diaper come into play? Like, this was travel time or was she always wearing a diaper?
I never was privy to her wearing a diaper. I heard other people saying that. I never checked if she wore a diaper or not.
You never had to change a diaper or nothing like that, right?
No. Okay. She if she had a diaper on, she changed it herself. I never was.
It's just it's difficult to wipe. When you got to change a diaper, it's kind of difficult. It all depends. It all depends, right?
Well, it depends. It depends.
Right. It depends. So basically, the whole time that you knew her, when did you know her to be in and out of the hospitals or like the mental health issues? When did this come into the picture? Like, was it something that you didn't know about, or did you find out with the whole Lagena Gold thing?
It happened after Solar, when she actually had to go to the hospital, when she went to the police. I mean, when she went to the barbershop and got put in the mental institution. After that, it just went downhill from there.
Oh, okay. So and then after that, it never got back. Something never snapped back.
Yeah, and I thought it was about the governance, but now I found out from even her family members that this has been an ongoing situation, mental health situation for her since she was younger.
Ah, right. When did you find that out? After the fallout, after you done let Lagena Gold stay with you, or
after I had Lagena Gold stay with me? That's when, because what happened is that when she left her mom at my house, her sister had been in touch with me, and I actually had put her on the phone.
She left the mom at your house?
Yeah, when she went to go.
You was her friend. You was Jaguar's friend.
Yeah,
if I leave my mama at your house, we damn near family. If I leave my mama at your house.
Yeah, I went to church with her mom and everything.
Okay, so did Lagena tell you about a tub incident with Jaguar, or was that just
something? I don't know. Did she want her to give her something while she was in the tub and she didn't feel comfortable going in there? Something like that to that effect. She was in the tub and she wanted Lagena to grab something.
Oh, okay. And what about the whole Sam situation with Lagena? Like, Jaguar wanted Lagena to bring a kid in for Sam, but Sam go the opposite. Something up. Did you know anything about that?
No, it was kind of. Let me tell you something. Sam is a very outspoken young man. So he was laughing when they were saying that him and Lagena were together. He was laughing, he came in the house let me tell you what people are saying. They're saying that I'm with Lagena. Ha ha ha. And I was like, God damn.
I mean, of course, yeah, right.
He was in front of her and was laughing like police. No, I have standards. There's no way. I was like, whoa.
He said that.
Yeah, he was like, I got standards and all type of wild stuff, really loud. Because he thought he just out in front of everybody. No, I ain't. He was laughing it's preposterous. Hell no, I wouldn't. It was like, wow. Yeah, no whole bar, just straight up no, hell no, I wouldn't be fooling with her. I got standards and this, that, the other. It was kind of hurtful. You know what I'm saying? Damn, you got standards. I'm not damn. Lagena said that he's too young for her anyway. He's 21. She hitting 30. She's like, well, he's not even my type of person. I wouldn't even be fooling around with no young guy like that. He's only 20 or 19 at the time, 20, 21, whatever, however old.
No, Lagena Gold also said that she's got a infatuation with Tupac and she'll give Tupac some. So I don't know. You ain't look at no age bracket with that shit. But neither here nor there. So pretty much the whole situation was based off of some weird manipulation that would you say that you got manipulated over the years dealing with Jaguar?
I would say that I didn't realize the breadth of her situation. I would say that I didn't realize that. A way I did get manipulated. I did like not realize. I don't think it's so much manipulation. I think it's so much that I didn't have my eyes open. You know what I'm saying? I was too busy focused on like the computer because I'm a very like I sit at my computer all day. They were doing all that stuff out there. I wasn't interacting with them. I'm on the computer. I'm over here trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. That's all I do is I'm about making money. So
Right.
sitting up there hanging out.
You were just hearing this stuff. You were just hearing the stories or whatever they were telling you. Like,
Yeah, and they'd be in the front, whatever they're doing. I'm over here on the computer doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? And but the way my house was laid out, I could hear everything going on in the front room because my office is right next to the room where they were all hanging out at. So I could hear everything going on. But I'm on the computer. I'm over here. You know what I'm saying?
okay. So pretty much like the whole Jaguar situation is not something that you conspired with. Like this was something that was like, stumble into your life. You wasn't even thinking about, letting Lagena go stay with you or scamming or scheming on that. Like you didn't conspire with Cash App or PayPal to get money through TikTok or any of the other apps, right? Because that's what this is coming down to. Jaguar is going to be facing electronic scam fraud, operating as a RICO act because they're operating in a gang. There's already more than 5 of them connected, so that's room for investigation right there. But you didn't have any like notion or gumption of the whole Cash App scamming with Lagena and the understanding that this is committing a fraud by wire fraud, by coming out fraudulently saying that you're something, and people are not donating to these people, they're donating to the idea that they are the persona, they are the Aaliyah's daughter or the Jay-Z sons, or you know what I mean. So people are donating with the idea of that, which is definitely wire fraud and fraudulent. But you wasn't aware of any of this, right?
No. I had nothing to do with any like wires that came in from
You just was like, oh, you need a place to stay? Sure, you can stay with me. I mean, you already had groups of people staying with you at that time anyway.
I was already like the damn boarding home of everybody, like of the indigents. I was already boarding people, so what else? You know what I'm saying? Okay, well come on, So
right.
I shouldn't call them indigent. They're capable of making money and capable of doing stuff, so I shouldn't say.
The reason why I asked is because I got to close up certain doors when you are doing a investigation of this magnitude. You got to make sure certain doors are closed. So with the whole Amber situation, that door is closed because you can see through the text messages in the Discord that Amber was trying to clear her name. She was not trying to contact Wolf Kutcher on those sucky ducky quack quack shit. You can
She
see
tried to say I was trying to screw Goomba, and we're sitting up there at the computer together fixing her website. I'm like, bro, you crazy.
So this is a repeated thing.
Yeah. Listen, I'm in a house, right? The way my house is set up. Okay, imagine. Okay, there's an office. There's a door that has no door on it. The front room is right next to my office. It's an open concept kind of thing.
Right.
There's no time that
the office don't have no door on it.
No, it was like an open. It was like there was a wall, but
the offices come with doors. See, my office come with a door. You see, I just had to tell somebody to come in. I come out, my office come.
Yeah, the way my house is set up, it wasn't really an office. It was really a dining room that I turned into an office. So imagine, you know how like you have a front room. Like
I'm just joking. It's whatever you make it. It was office. It was an office.
Whatever it was, is that
right.
I turned this little dining room into an office, had no door on it. So whatever's going
on in the front room, you can hear, and you know.
Whatever's going on in my little office, you can hear. So I was not trying to screw Goomba. We were up here trying to fix her raggedy behind website that she had.
I mean, it don't matter. They go. She think about screwing everybody. So of course she would think about. If somebody walks around thinking about screwing all the time, then of course everybody's thinking about the same thing that they're thinking about.
Yeah, I was trying to screw.
When I had the mind of a 16-year-old, I thought the same way. I'm like, shit, everybody thinking about hitting something, but luckily I had trauma shocks in my life, like that 7th grade PE health book that you open it up and it got the pictures and shit in it. Yeah, that's a trauma shock right there. I never looked up Blue Waffle to see what none of that shit looked up. I know when I seen the pictures in that book, I was like, okay.
And here's the thing: people keep saying I was trying to get with Shaka, and I'm like, man, first of all, Shaka ate Velvet too high, and from what I understood is that.
See, you see what y'all do? Sorry, you see what y'all do? You see what you're doing right now? You are defending a image that someone else is putting on you that is not you. I never called you up here to try to say that you mess with this person, mess with that person, do
Well,
this.
you know what? Because of Brenda,
the reason why I say don't bring it up is because let them bring it up who feel disturbed about it. These are all the things that Jaguar is going to use to try to let her do that, right? The idea is for you to answer the questions that she don't want to answer. Y'all got to stop talking in circles to the collective. The collective wants straightforward answers. We don't want this circle talking where y'all start going back and talking about y'all feelings for something. You get what
well,
I'm
no,
saying?
it wasn't feelings. It was this is straight up fact.
And the fact is that was in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to clear up what's going on right now because Jaguar is bringing your name up now, recently, more so. You get what I'm saying? So we're trying to clear up what's being talked about right now. Because
Well, that's what she's saying right now.
all the you having a relationship ain't nowhere near as being a part of a damn cult or running a cult or a RICO act or see. That's why we always lose focus because we don't stay on track of what the picture is, right? Once you start focusing on those things that she's talking about, right, then that's what she's going to say your anger is. It's not going to be about right being right or wrong being wrong. It's going to be DJ Genesis is just in her feelings because she didn't get to marry such and such. DJ Genesis is in her feelings because vanity, 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 vanity bullshit, right? You have to take that off the table by not addressing it. When you address it, you make her scenario look right.
Right.
By saying that you're in your feelings about it when you allow it to affect your emotions. It's called emotional intelligence, right? Realize that this person is playing on that. And then once they put you in your emotions, they get you to operate how they want you to operate, right? So step away from that operation of how a narcissistic person wants you to operate, right? The one thing you do to a narcissistic person is you starve them, right? So you take that off the table. Take what they're using against you off the table, right? Either own it or leave it alone, right? But take it off the table. Now, the more you address that shit, the more she's going to keep on pointing at. Genesis just mad because of this, because that documentary didn't work out. And you know she spit all anger out there, right? So you got to take that shit off the table. Just leave it alone, okay? You already know what she's going to say. But if you address it, that's what she's going to keep coming with. Let's not address it, all right? Let's go back to the madness of what is Jaguar right? So after you came back in contact with her and she goes to the mental place and Lagena is staying at your house. Did you feel like it was over with Jaguar, or you think because of that situation she was in? How did she keep still popping back up after the whole fallout thing?
Well, what happened is that she ended up going back to Shreveport because, of course, she got evicted, and so she decided that she wanted to come out and make a whole thing about saying that I had caged my child's father, that I was there when he passed. And that's when I went on this other channel that I'm not sure if you want to. I can't mention the name, but I think I sent it to you. Well, I need to get your IG and I'll send you that interview. But that's when I went on that channel and discussed that, and she was aware of me going on the channel and everything like that. So, and talked about the whole thing, how we met, everything. Same story I told real life. My story have not. So my whole life is I ain't lying. I ain't got nothing to lie about. So she tried to say that I had caged my child's father and all kind of wild stuff, and so I went on there. And then after that, she began to call the house on a regular basis, call Shaka and Azine, and spit venom for hours. She'd be on the phone.
Stalking you.
Yeah, she began to call and be on. If Shaka hung up, she'd call Azine, be on the phone with her for an hour. Then when she hung up, she'd call back Shaka. So she was then called Lagena, just called everybody, just trying to turn everybody against me. I'm a black hole. I'm evil. Get away from that bitch. All type of stuff.
Damn, all of that.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And they telling you this as she's saying this to them, you're like, what the fuck? Are you confused? Are you it's kind of like the same thing she did to Amber. She's trying to make Amber feel isolated, like she's not wanted. And I noticed this is a repeated thing. She keeps on doing this, to people, you're nobody. You only got this many numbers over there, and that discourages people a lot. When you're looking at your numbers, no matter what you're doing, you want at least a couple of people to be interested in what the hell you're interested in. So it's kind of like, just using another tactic of playing a manipulation game with people's minds. But so
but it was kind of whack too that they were sitting there listening to it. So that showed
right.
I wasn't even picking up on that. That's how
that definitely should have been a red flag right there that they were allowing this back and forth. They could have been giving updates on what's going on with you and everything like that. That just sounds very, 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 very
but
cult-like. That's cult-like,
Yeah, I'm focused over here.
She started a coup. She started a coup with them. She told them that she could be a better leader than their leader. And then once they fell, a lot of people might have fell up under her. There's still some people that's involved that we're not in contact with. Remember, she said that she did nothing but help these people. So once she got in contact with a couple of them, they probably put her in contact with a couple of more, right? And she probably, has a group of them now. I don't know how many people was.
She
I know.
began to call it Carbon Island, the Carbon Island Rejects, or something like that. The Carbon Island, or something like that.
Oh, that's what she was calling them.
Yeah, like they were all they escaped the Carbon Island.
She was helping them though, so it's more of them that's involved besides the.
I don't know, but it could be.
Solar.
It could be.
She went down there. She went down there with Solar to meet with some people for sure. You ain't making no trips with Solar, and Solar is not introducing you to some other people that's involved.
Where'd she go? She went down somewhere with Solar.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Oh, you mean Shreveport? No. When she went down to Louisiana, she introduced her to that dude, Chucky Ducky Quack Quack, and a bunch of different like comedians and stuff like that. And he was sad and whatever. But I'm talking about like them going down to Mexico and.
So you think she was keeping Solar close because he was a dealer?
I don't know.
Are you familiar with any of the Yellow Beasley conversation situation or the, the introduction to how she was going to the Yellow Beasley trap house? Are you familiar with that, or was that something that Goomba?
That's something that just came up. I believe that came up after Lamisha got involved, because I don't think I've never heard of Yellow Beasley after that.
After Lamisha.
Yeah, that's when she started talking about Yellow Beasley. I think that she just tries to find things to talk about and to make herself still relevant when she gets on the panel.
Do you think she's working with a team of people? Like, do you think it's a team of them, like a bunch of her mods that bring her, relevant information or try to get as close to, and then she tries to talk about it before anybody else talk about it?
Yeah, I think it's people that she's in touch with. I think that she's in touch with a lot of people on the phone.
No, I say that because I noticed some back messages when I got the emails that was regarding Ali Carter, where Grace was like, and this was on the 6th. Now, mind you, the secret conversation that she supposedly had happened on the 3rd, right? Now, this is how you use her own dates against her. She out her own mouth said, girl, Grace, you remember that secret conversation we had on the 3rd? Yeah, and it wasn't until a week later that everything started coming out about Ali Carter. Yeah, girl, remember when we was in 2 Strong 5, somebody popped up in the comment section and said, did I talk to Ali Carter recently? Oh, I wonder if somebody, why would they put that? Yeah, girl, back to that secret conversation that we had on the 3rd. Now, according to the messages that I see, right, it states that on the 6th, Grace was like, hey, girl, did you hear what happened with Ali Carter's mom? So therefore, as of the 6th, Grace was still putting pieces together to outing Ali Carter. So that means you couldn't have had a secret meeting with her on the 3rd about the outing of Ali Carter. So you couldn't have been giving King World a story. I mean, not King World, but Too Strong a story to say that King World stole that story, right?
No, the reason why King World knows about that is because the mother got in touch with King World after he started to cover it.
I know, but listen to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're once again, we're not talking about how King World got about it, how King World got it. That's a distraction. We're talking about how Jaguar Wright never had it. She's saying that she had the story. That someone stole this information from her and leaked it to the troll farm, and then the troll farm started coming out with all of it.
Man, if she would have had that story, she would have been bright
That's
eyed.
the point that I'm trying to make. She don't have no stories, and because stories are happening so fast around her, in front of her, she can't grab her own story. So why do you think she's sitting there arguing about a damn bike that she stole 31 years ago? Y'all ain't paying attention to what the hell going on. Pay attention.
You know what?
She is not a content creator. You know whom's a content creator? Me. I'm a content creator. I got Jaguar Wright arguing about a bike that she stole 31 years ago, and she even told y'all how she got to the location to steal the damn bike. I would get on the speed line and get off at Ferry Station because I wouldn't want to go past that because the other one leads to the bridge. And I would get off at Ferry Station in order to get to Pollock. So you did. You put yourself at the scene of the crime. That's how you know. That's how you know. You don't have to be out here hurting people with lies. You can just crush them with the truth. That's all you got to do is crush them with the truth. She remembers stealing a bike from out that way. That's why she's sitting there talking about something. I'm trying to think. If he was this age and I was, did you steal bikes or no? Did you steal a motherfucker? Did you steal a bike or no?
You can make a song about that. Did you steal a bike or no?
And she's sitting there for a whole damn week and a half arguing about what she did 31 years ago and can't even remember what the fuck she did 3 days ago. How you gonna argue with some? You literally can't even remember what you did 3 days ago, Jaguar, and you trying to sit there and act like you got it all figured out from 31 years ago. I remember the shit that happened to me when I was 6. I remember shit that happened to me when I was 3 years old. You know, when I was 3 and 4 years old, my dad used to dress me and my brother up as twins because we shared the same birthday. So from April 20th to May 26th, he used to walk us around like we was twins and shit. So he would go get like the outfits that match, but they had different colors. Like my brother would wear blue, I would wear red, and he would prance us around as twins because when people say how old are you, we had to say the same age and shit. That was at 4 years old. I remember shit, Jaguar, and I remember you stole my bike, 1994, next to Bonzo Middle School when I was visiting my grandma out Pollock. I remember because you rode off with your boyfriend that you told me to let ride it. And you said, Philly shit, nigga. I don't know where y'all was going. Maybe I was going back to the speed line to go back to Voorhees. I don't know. But I remember that Philly shit. And you're still saying it to this day. That's what triggered me. The moment I heard you say Philly shit, nigga, I knew it was you, woman. That's called memory. Jaguar, that's called memory. You ever hear somebody's voice and that shit trigger a childhood memory? You can't get no childhood memories because you always been manipulative, motherfucker, since you was a child, Jaguar. That's why you sitting there trying to contemplate whether you really stole my bike or not, because you stole my bike and you know you did. That's why you was like, well, I was stealing bikes back then, shit. But I did start, I was stealing cars, bikes, radios. You were klepto.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Well, I know she was telling a story about how she.
I had a triggering moment. I'm sorry. It triggered me. I'm sorry.
But you know what? I remember the story she told when she had all these crazy behind stories. So I don't know where this Jaguar comes in because at all the stories she told, she never had no Jaguar car.
How she seemed to know in every city. Listen, this is who she seemed to know in every city: the drug dealers, the prostitutes, and the pimps. Make it make sense. She'll tell you a story where she say, and I know every pimp that's down there on that strip. I'm gonna ask around and find out how the fuck is it that you know all the pimps, right? She'll tell you a story. She say, and when I lived in Philly, I messed with the baddest drug dealer in Philly.
Oh yeah, she told me that story.
He owned every stuff, right? Why the fuck is you always getting with drug dealers? We see your habit. You always gonna get with drug dealers because that's your habit. That's how we know Wolf Kutcher is a drug dealer. That's how we know Wolf Kutcher was bagging up in the background of that video that you deleted after 6 hours of having it up. Wolf Kutcher ain't nobody. He can't think past go. He is a chop and bag it type dude. You know that. I know that. I don't know why the fuck you try to make him a technician. There's nothing technical about it. Technically, his ass should be chopping and bagging. You know, kind of like they said. You know, let my bitch bag it, send it to the worker, let the strip have it. Fiends go to work for the work, I sell them. Fiends go to work after the work, you sell them. They know they got to buy more. They head hurt, they eyesore, selling that sheetrock, drywall. But they want that. They come back for more, but they come back to me. They don't come back to y'all. I be chef, we chef. You never have to re-chef what I chef. Comprende? Rewind, recess, replay, action. I be chef, we chef. You never have to re-chef what I chef. Comprende? All right.
You wrote that or who wrote that?
Hey, listen, the mind is a terrible thing to waste. Now, remember, Jaguar Wright is not the person that she thinks she is. All she did was find a new way to manipulate. Okay? Before this, it was Facebook. She was manipulating people on Facebook. Right? And then that whole pandemic, that shit opened up another door for everybody because all the panhandlers can just be online doing it. You see them. If y'all on TikTok, you see them. Them dudes are standing out there like, you're shocking me, you're shocking me, you're shocking me.
What?
Motherfuckers is throwing all types of coins at them on TikTok and shit. They sitting there NPCing. Yeah, if we put all these damn, homeless people on TikTok, there go your whole, NPC performance right there. Just get them all some phones. Just let them be on TikTok. You're shocking me, you're shocking me, you're shocking me. Thank you.
Did you get on the Red Book after that? The TikTok got banned? Did you get on Red Cat or whatever it's called?
No, I waited the 14 hours like I was supposed to because I told y'all TikTok wasn't going anywhere. I waited my 14 hours. Now I did have Lemonade already downloaded, so I did check like Lemonade to see, whatever. But they took Lemonade out too, so I'm pretty sure that Red thing was out too. But that was listed as the highest growing So I think what that might have been was just a way to get more people to go over there, and that gave more data on people, right? Because you got to look at it like all of this stuff is data transfer. All of this stuff is digital footprints, you know. So I think really you got to get with the curve, get with the age of what's happening. We're moving into a digital marketing system. So if you're not building a brand, an image, or some type of social media platform, that's why it's bad to have Jaguar Wright around tearing people reputation down, tearing people name down, right? Because people are trying to build images for themselves in this, you know, multiverse of platform, however you want to look at it. And just to have her just tearing everybody down, like that's detrimental to the collective. We ain't never gonna grow or become something better with Jaguar. Look at how many people she did wrong already. Look at how many people she already tore down already.
I'm surprised she haven't like gotten in with Sean. I mean, it's just a matter of time. I've been like counting down the days when she started turning on Sean.
Nah, she already did. Let me tell you. Let me break it down to you. Y'all ain't paying attention. So I got to tell y'all the stuff that y'all not paying attention to. When that whole Shane thing took place, Jaguar was mad. When the Courtney Burgess thing took place and Courtney Burgess said the things that he said about Jaguar making her son do, Jaguar was mad. Right then and there, she thought, oh, Courtney already turned on me, because remember, Courtney was the one she gave the information to come out on Atwoods, right? When James English got in touch with her, right? And James English was supposed to pay Wolf Cooking, right? He sent them money, but he backed out, pulled out, right? It's $1,500. So obviously they was going to work for James English. They just pulled back, right? So Wolf Coochie said he's still mad at James English for that, for whatever reason, the money situation, right? So they was going to go against Sean Atwoods because James English is a enemy of Atwoods. He was giving them the information about what Atwoods was really locked up for. This is why Atwoods keep on arguing that every time somebody bring it up. When Courtney Burgess brought it up, he was like, I was locked up for X, Courtney. And Courtney like, yo, chill. I wasn't even trying to bring it up.
Wow.
That's why you feel like you got to defend that shit every time.
Who is James English? I'm sorry.
James English is, I don't know, somebody said it's Audrey's ex, but James English is the person who had the information on Atwoods. Atwoods said he talked to English and they pieced it up and everything's cool now.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, see, that's a rabbit hole. I ain't got no time to go down. It's a rabbit hole.
So Jaguar already, threatened Atwoods with that, by telling Atwoods when that whole Shane thing took place and Atwoods came over to address it. Atwoods used the baby as a shield, just like Ron used the baby as a shield, right? And then Jaguar used James English as a threat to say, Atwoods, I got in touch with James English, or he tried to get in touch with us, such and such and such, right? And
the baby, like the hip hop artist, the baby?
No, the baby as in like a kid in the picture.
Oh, wow.
Certain people use certain tactics to deflect from getting the harsher end of the conversation. You ain't really gonna talk to him the way you want to talk to him because the kid right there.
Oh, so he would have the baby on the live.
Baby on the live, so that way they couldn't really ask him or combat questions.
I got them off of Epstein Island. I cannot say where they are in the world. What I can say is when they got into the boat, they were roughed.
Lot of lies. The lies, y'all. Stay tuned. Thank y'all for watching so far, and peace out.
So
it's a whole bunch of people with energies that are combined that link up and just do weird shit. It's weird. I think she thought she could make some money off of that somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And it just backfired.
Yeah, I think she was in it to win it with that one right there. That shit definitely motherfucking backfire like hell. But she tried though. And then, like I say, after all, then she came back and then fucking recanted her statements and stuff. She then wanted to say, like, no, I never believed her, this or that. Yeah, so if she never believed it, then she basically exploited her.
Absolutely exploited her. But here's the thing. A lot of the shit Jag says is on video. She was on video saying, well, I can see how she looks like Joanne Kelly. And yeah, I could see. She was feeding into that, and it was on camera.
All right, listen, you guys. I'm not going to keep y'all no longer. I did not realize this was going into 3 hours. Listen, King World. Go on King World to watch the rest of it. Shouts out to King World. It's King World. Hold on. King World 2020. King World 2020 _ Go ahead and watch his video. I think I've proven my point, so I'm not even gonna go no further. So, if anyone has any questions, go on my IG. But thank you so much. Thank you for watching up to this point. Shouts out to everybody. Much love, Golden Child. Much love. And nobody's anything here. I need to get my hair done, y'all. Is anybody in DFW? I need to get my hair done because I'm looking real shabby. Oh, before I before I go all the way up, I want y'all to see the live I did this morning because I talked about some wild stuff that I had been through. And I want y'all to tell me what y'all think. Hold on. Don't leave just yet. Hold on. And you're going to see me looking old as hell. But don't make fun of me looking old, okay? All right. So I'm before I go ahead and leave this live, I want y'all to tell me what y'all think about this, okay? And I love my daughter because Aura is so smart. My daughter is so... All right, here we go. Hold on. I want y'all to see this. Don't leave. All right, I'm about to play this. I want y'all to tell me what you think about my old ass, because I know I look like an old grandma. Should I go and put the head wrap on, or should I let myself? Because I'm looking like a grandma. I've allowed myself to get grandma-ish. So let's go. Can be right. All right, so I keep thinking no more. Keep doing this old gray hair thing. Let me know what y'all think, though. Let me know what y'all think about mine. So I was listening. Should I dye my hair, y'all? I was listening to I was listening to meditation while I was sleeping. So tell me what y'all think about this, because I got freaked out. So let me know. It's you are this, that, the other. You're doing this. You're that. So sometime at 3 o'clock in the morning, I wake up. I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. That cloud looks really strange. I don't know about that cloud right there. I don't know. That cloud is not looking good. That looks like a tornado or something. Don't leave just now, Jackie. I want to know what you think about this, because I don't know about that cloud, y'all. Texas is weird. We're getting close to March. I like a whole grandma. I think there was something wild going on last night. All the garbage cans were knocked over in my neighborhood. You gotta watch out when you start seeing Jackie. I want you to tell me what you think about. So tell me how you think my daughter breaks it down. Tell me about this. So I was sleeping, and I had the meditation thing on, and you know how you wake up to go to the bathroom. Woke up to go to the bathroom, and I swear to goodness, I could not even understand what the meditation words were saying. My brain didn't process. It sounded like my brain didn't catch it. It scared the shit out of me because I was like, what is this? What is it saying? It was like, I'm like, what the? And I had to turn that shit off. I said, what in the... It took me a second to finally make out the words to see what it was saying. I said, I wonder that's what they talk about, the simulation, right? Like that if you're not paying attention to something, it doesn't exist, right? Or it's just jumbled, right?
I think it's a weird brain thing. If you hear something over and over again, it just becomes gibberish.
Becomes gibberish?
Yeah. It's like if you stare at an image too long, it fades weirdly.
I don't know, because it was repeating over and over again. It was you know how they had those binaural beats on YouTube? It was but this was like someone, like, okay, meditation to become, hypnosis type of thing. And it's like, I am powerful. I am this. But this, what was weird is that it was layered. So over top it would be saying one thing, then there'd be something else saying something else, then something else would be saying underneath it, like in a lower voice. And the whole thing is like the subliminally program your mind or some shit like that. And it scared me because, like I said, I was sleeping, wake up to go to the bathroom, and my brain took a second for it to process the words that were even being said. And I'm like, how is that subliminally programming you when you don't even, when you're asleep, your brain is not even processing sound the way it actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, because the way when I woke up, listen, I'm gonna let this play, but let me tell you something. My daughter was right when she said, man, don't play no subliminal shit while you sleeping because your brain is not even fucking on. And I was up there like, oh, I'll play this subliminal shit and program my brain to be, no, your brain is off. But I'm gonna let y'all hear this shit because it scared the shit out of me. Because I listen, it scared me to death. Like, listen, I can't describe how afraid, because it sounded like a whole other language that was going on. Because when I woke up, it was like, I was like, what the fuck? Like, I'm gonna just let it play because all right, y'all, just go ahead. Just work with me here, okay? Because it scared me. My own daughter told me, no, because your brain is doing, I don't know why we become stupid when we get older and then the kids gonna tell us what the hell's going on, but go ahead. The sound, the actual words were not words. They were like, it sounded like, it was like, what? And I'm like, let me bring it back. Hypnosis type of thing. And it's like, I am powerful. I am this. But this, what was weird is that it was layered. So over top it would be saying one thing, then there'd be something else saying something else, then something else would be saying underneath it, like in a lower voice. And the whole thing is like the subliminally program your mind or some shit like that. And it scared me because, like I said, I was sleeping, wake up to go to the bathroom, and my brain took a second for it to process the words that were even being said. And I'm like, how is that subliminally programming you when you don't even, when you're asleep, your brain is not even processing sound the way it actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, because the way when I woke up, the sound, the actual words were not words. They were like, it sounded like, it was like, what? And I'm like, and I had to focus. Finally, the words started to make sense. I said, okay, well, maybe this is an isolated incident. I said, maybe it's that recording that was weird. You know what I'm saying? Because his voice, I think it might have been an AI. I don't know. It's either that or something's weird. Something's weird going on. You know what I'm saying? When it really comes, when we sleep, does everything get weird? I don't know. But anyways, when we sleep, there's all the sound and everything, and I don't know. But anyways, so I tried a different one with a different voice. The same thing happened. And it wasn't like 4:00 in the morning. It was like I woke up at 3, and then I woke up again at like 4:30, 5:00. It did the same thing. It wasn't as dramatic because it was only one voice. It wasn't as scary because when it was 3 different voices, I think the brain wasn't processing the voices or something. It was weird. And so I said, man, when you're sleeping, does your brain not process words?
Yeah, because when you sleep, your brain sleeps.
Your brain is asleep, right? So when you're subliminally trying to program your mind in your sleep,
You can't really do that.
you can't really do it.
Yeah, because your brain's sleeping. It's trying to tune everything out. So you can just rest.
Wait, We need to do some research into that. You see, you think that your brain is sleeping and it's trying to tune everything out, so you really can't subliminally program yourself in your sleep.
Yeah. You have to like really like focus on hearing stuff.
Man,
You have to like
y'all.
listen to it while you're awake to like actually like subliminally do anything.
Man, shouts out to my daughter Aura because, honey, I was questioning everything in life. When I woke up and I heard that bullshit, I was like, "What in the hell?" Rollers and mouse is your best friend to find those curls. Looks healthier. Well, I gotta do something because it's looking crazy right now. I'm so tired of looking all crazy. But listen. My daughter had to tell me. Listen, I found out. Listen, your brain has limited comprehension while you are asleep. So if you think that you are programming your mind and doing stuff, the words, your brain is off. So I'm thinking I'm like programming my mind while I'm asleep. No, you're not. And that's what happened. I woke up mid like whatever, and it sounded like, and I was like, oh, what the hell? And I had to focus to actually, and then it finally sounded like a language to me. And I was like, what? Then I found out, I did some research. What my daughter said is that the brain is focused on other things. And she was right. I said, oh my God, shouts out to the high school 17-year-old to show me that you cannot fucking try to program your mind while you're asleep because your mind shuts off and it's not processing thoughts or enough to like understand language. So what happened is that I woke up in middle of the night and I'm thinking I'm programming myself to like be better or whatever the hell. And honey, it scared the living. Let me just finish this.
Cause that means like your brain's awake and it can understand. As
Right.
dramatic.
Listen.
It was only
My daughter. I want to give my listen. Aura. They say she's autistic, but they just took her out of special education. But let me tell you something. She is so freaking smart. I love my daughter so much. She broke it down to me, honey. I said, you know what? Shouts out my daughter Aura. I had to like give her some like, just highlight her right now because she gonna break this shit down. And I was like, what? So let's go. So
only one voice. It wasn't as scary because when it was three different voices, I think the brain wasn't processing the voices or something. It was weird. And so I said, man, when you're sleeping, does your brain not process words? Yeah, because when you sleep, your brain sleeps. Your brain is asleep, right? So when you're subliminally trying to program your mind in your sleep, you can't really do that. You can't really do it? Yeah, because your brain's sleeping. It's trying to tune everything out so you can just rest. We need to do some research into that. You see, you think that your brain is sleeping and it's trying to tune everything out so you really can't. And I'm over here still like, you got to research it. When I found the research, she was right, bro. Like, listen. Subliminally program yourself in your sleep. Yeah. You have to like really like focus on hearing stuff. You need to like listen to it while you're awake to like actually like subliminally do anything. Cause that means like your brain's awake and it can understand what's being said. When you sleep, I think your brain just tunes everything out and just focuses on like your organs and stuff like that. I don't know. Your organs and like living, keeping your body alive while you're sleeping. Yeah. That's probably what happened. Cause I swear to God, I'll never do that shit again because it scared the shit out of me. It sounded like an alien. It made me rethink reality. It made me really rethink what are we living in. I'm like, dude, it's not saying, it's not process. What does it say? Interesting to see. Yeah. Yeah, it was very strange. Don't do it, guys, because I swear it kind of, my heart was beating real fast because I was like, it was almost like something that was like, it made me question language. Like, what are we doing when we're talking? Like, why your brain is not even able to cut to. I'm telling you, it sounded like an alien language. It didn't sound like human. And I'm like, did they switch the thing when I was sleeping to something else?
Jackie, listen. Shut up. Stop laughing. That's not funny. I really was scared, bro. I really thought I was really like questioning my whole existence, bro. When this shit happened, I questioned my existence. Like, what is really going on in life? Why? Are we in a simulation and only if we pay attention to something does it exist? I really like was questioning like what is exist. Shut up, Jackie. Shut up, Jackie. Be quiet.
Not even able to cut to. I'm telling you, it sounded like an alien language. It didn't sound like human. And I'm like, did they switch the thing when I was sleeping to something else? Look, dude, that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, did they?
It's a certain part of your brain that's like responsible for understanding
language that it just clicked off and
Yeah.
man. Look, it takes my high school to explain to me what just happened. 'Cause, honey, I was starting to get into the simulation, like that reality does not exist unless you are paying attention to it, and all kind of weird stuff. I like start to philosophize. I got really philosophical after that. So, all right, have a good day at school. Love you.
Shut up, Jackie. Shut up, Jackie.
Tie your shoe.
Don't
Anyways. Yeah, so that, thank God my daughter. Let me tell you something. When we have these kids, they actually become like smarter than us. Because I swear to God, I was questioning existence. When this shit happened, I said, what in the hell? And I don't know if it's true that you can't, whether or not what she said is true. I gotta look that up. I gotta do some research. Like if you're asleep, it's fucking true. My daughter is very smart. It was true. She knows what she's talking about. And I was over here questioning her, and my ass is crazy as hell. She's like, no, your brain shuts off to like deal with your organs and like keep you alive while you're asleep, and it does not process language. It's just that part's off, and so therefore it's more focused on, because there's no need to process language while you're asleep. So what happened is that process was shut down, and so when I woke up, it hadn't shut back on again, and so the shit sounded like like, what the fuck? It scared me to death, girl. I wish there was a way to record and show my heart beating so fast. Because I was like, what? And I was like, it took me a second, and then finally the words began to sound like real words. And I was like, oh my God, is existence can your body process subliminally like language? And does your brain cut off to understanding? Man, be quiet, Jackie. Be quiet, because you up here making me mad. Now you up here with your eyes and stuff, looking through, making fun. Stop. Become like smarter than us. Because I swear to God, I was questioning existence when this shit happened. I said, what in the hell? Hey, I don't know if it's true that you can't, whether or not what she said is true. I gotta look that up. I gotta do some research. Like if you're asleep, can your body process subliminally like language? And does your brain cut off? It fucking can't, bro. It can't. I looked it up after I got home. It can't. My daughter was 100% right. Let's go. Off to understanding language when you're asleep, because you can't program your mind to learn a new language. You can't program your mind to do certain stuff because that part of the brain shuts off when you're asleep. Yeah, straight up. So, yeah. I swear to God, my brain had not did not process what that thing was saying. At least to my understanding, in my sleep, when I woke up and I was like semi-lucid, I could not understand what that subliminal hypnosis thing was even fucking talking about. So if you try, people thinking that they're programming themselves or doing some kind of like meditation, and you go to sleep listening to that shit, your brain is not fucking, it's not even sounding like a words are being said. Like, I know in my case, it sounded scary. It scared the shit out of me. So I'm gonna do some research. That's gonna be like, I'm gonna research that subject and probably do a live about it later on when I get some more information about it.
No,
You know,
it doesn't. Yep. Jackie said it happened to her. Some kind of weird stuff happened to her too. You think that you're like, I'm gonna put this like meditation thing on, and you wake up at 3:00, like halfway lucid, to go to the bathroom, and it sounds like, and you're like, what? And you're like, hold up, and then finally it becomes words. I'm like, oh my god. So like, I'm kind of new to this. I didn't know. So don't do that, y'all. Do not try to play meditation while you're sleeping. Meditation is not really a sleep thing. It's really kind of lucid. And I thought that, okay, meditation, okay, well, if I meditate and I play this, all right, what's the difference between being sleep and meditation? No, there's a big difference between being 100% sleep and meditation. So meditating and doing it would be one thing, but sleeping and doing it is, your brain is shut off. So whatever that thing is saying, the actual language model in your brain is not able to understand what the words are. So you're sitting up there listening to meow, meow, and I swear it sounded like just like that. It was like meow, and then finally it was like, I am powerful. What the hell? It scared the. I was like, I thought it was. I was like, listen. When I went to sleep, they changed the goddamn recording into something else. No, they didn't. The brain just wasn't able to process it. So let's go.
I've been really trying to like, better myself and trying to like using different methods like hypnosis and stuff like that, and meditation techniques, fasting, praying, all that different stuff, to try to better myself. Neuro-linguistic programming, tapping, and tapping's when you do the tap, well, I'm doing, whatever you're trying to do at different points in the body and stuff. So I've been doing like a lot of like self-improvement methods to try to be better. And, some of that stuff is cool. And I guess I some of the stuff I'm kind of winging it, like the whole listening to like stuff at night while you're asleep. That's just something I was just doing and trying to see what I could get out of it. But yeah, I have to do some research into whether that's even an effective method or not, because like I said, my brain was not even processing the words that was even being said. So
it's not effective at night. Your brain shuts off. My daughter was right.
Another thing is that I've been really getting into like I've been taking the methylene blue, bathing in it, because your skin is the biggest organ, and then I took some of it too, and I'm gonna believe it or not, it actually does. You do feel a difference.
Methylene blue is very disgusting. It tastes like dye. Just so you know, if you get it and it's blue, it is actually really like blue, the color blue, indigo, and it can like dye your mouth blue, and so just so you know, but it does have some good redeeming properties. Also cayenne pepper, jalapeno pepper, that capsaicin in that cuts down inflammation. So I've been like really on some stuff, like really understanding like the things of plants. So
that's interesting that actual blue dye has health benefits. And then they were even talking about metropolol, which is an actual blood pressure medication helps with inflammation. So I've been watching this guy Chase Hughes, and I like to watch a lot of white scholars about stuff because they be really doing like biohacking their system, bettering themselves in certain ways, using different stuff that. Well, also I also would like to watch the kind of like hoodoo practitioners and people like that because we'll be already using this stuff. White people will just discover it. The only thing is that the white people do is they'll get the science behind it, right? Because we do stuff and we might do it because of a spiritual level. Okay, you do this and it'll get away with evil spirits, right? But they'll be like, oh no, this same thing, this dye right here also it changes your mitochondrial DNA. You know what I'm saying? So, I imagine if you're changing your DNA, your mitochondria, then it would kind of change. Like if you right, so methylene blue, right, is an actual compound that makes up the dye blue, right? And it's the actual thing that people put into their whites to make them more white. Now you would think so. They have this thing, a little like cube called blue anneal, right? Blue anneal is the same thing as methylene blue, right? But the white people like they didn't figure out how to put it into like little tincture, and you like suck the blue out and put it into your water. But people have been taking blue baths in Haiti and the Caribbean for the longest time. However, you don't even know that you can actually like put some of that blue into a water, drink it, and it actually helps your body out. And they've been saying the same thing in the Caribbean for the longest time, but they just actually like somehow, I don't know, did the research on it. I don't know, but let's go into it. You're having some negative energy or negative spirit, negative whatever in your life. So it makes sense, right? So a lot of the things that we do as practitioners, like these baths we take in these certain herbs, we don't even probably know like the really deep science behind them, like the microscopic, things, because we probably didn't have microscopes back then and break it down what it's really doing. But now that we can combine modern technology and modern science with the herbs that we're taking and all the herbs that we're putting in our tinctures and baths and stuff like that for spiritual purposes, now we can understand the scientific aspect behind it from a microscopic level. So that's another thing I've been really getting into is really understanding herbs. I'm trying to memorize them, and also eventually I'm going to start working on my garden. I found out that a lot of times if you mix your DNA in with your garden, it'll start to grow things that are according to what you need. And I noticed that because I bought all these seeds, and I don't know why, but I had my friend help me plant them, and she planted them all in the same bucket. I'm like, aren't you supposed to separate the seeds to different buckets of what you're trying to make? So it combined and it created some kind of a weed, but the actual weed has medicinal purposes. A lot of these things that we call weeds that are growing around here have actual purpose. It's weird. So you'll be surprised about the things that they're able to do. But I'm still kind of scared to really start taking and foraging and grabbing like weeds and stuff out the ground and seeing like, making stuff because I don't want to poison myself. But I'm slowly I gotta get learn more about the herbs and learn more about like how to create different herb combinations for healing purposes, to heal myself, heal my family. Because as time goes on, when you don't have medication, the best thing to do is you don't want to wait until you're sick to do anything. You know what I'm saying? You want to take care of stuff when you're healthy. You want to maintain health, and when you start to use herbs and stuff like that, and eat certain herbal combinations and things like that to deal with different ailments, you combine that with fasting, prayer, all those different things. that's a holistic approach to life versus waiting until you get sick and going to a hospital and they're just going to treat you with the symptoms. They're going to just treat the symptoms of the problem. They're not going to give you the real antidote, you know? So, what is it? And a wash might get you something. A little bit of research, yeah. So I'm doing some more, you know. I'm doing some research into that. I'm gonna research that whole thing waking up because that was crazy. My daughter, she knew something about it. Well, yep, okay, yeah. Also, I've been looking into like this other stuff, like different massage techniques that you do on your ears and stuff like that. You know, different pressure points that you could use in your body to help with different things. You know, I've been really into you know, trying to get more into different scientific methods of doing stuff. Ayurvedic medicine, Asian medicine, just a lot of herbs and like learning about the herbs. Um I was also thinking about collecting rainwater. Does anybody know about that? I'm thinking about collecting rainwater, like especially during the rainy season coming up here in Texas, because uh I don't know. I think about like I want they have these actual. You know how they had that black guy who had that machine in Flint where you can collect water out of the atmosphere. There's actually machines like that on Alibaba, and I saw that because I was gonna buy one that like one here in America, but they wanted like $2,000. That's why I think this tariff is gonna be. It's gonna be jacked up because you can get that same goddamn machine for fucking $1,000 or even less on Alibaba. But they're gonna want like $3,000, $2,000 for the same thing. Now with the tariffs, it's gonna be more. The only thing about trying to source your stuff from Asia is that sometimes you can lose your money because if you don't get a good vendor from over there and they don't have any integrity because they don't have the same rules when it comes down to doing business, that's the only thing that could become you end up wasting your money. So but they had a home based machine like that just grab humidity out the air and create water with it. You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy that this exists. And I think it makes up to 15 gallons a day. Come on now, you just out of the thin air, you could just there's actually machines you can buy right now that'll grab water out of the air. You know what? You know what gets me thinking like that? Being a homeowner. Being a homeowner made me start thinking, why am I paying for the water company to funnel? Because you know, it's like they have a monopoly on what they're sending, the water that they're hitting, bringing out, and stuff like that. They have a monopoly on that, and so if you don't, they could charge you some crazy behind amount of like money for water, and you just gotta go ahead and pay it. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, you just SOL. You know, and I'm like, damn. Do I really need the water company? Is there a way to get around this? You know, I mean, I solar energy. I actually bought a solar panel. You know, I couldn't get it to work, but I'm gonna buy another one because I'm like, dude, I'm kind of like getting irritated by how these companies are just ruling over everything and trying to like extort you. They can raise the price for no reason, uh up the price on you, and next thing you know you're getting this absorbent amount of like bill, and now you got to pay that, and then they'll be like, no, you just gonna starve. You just ain't gonna be no electricity, ain't gonna be nothing. Okay, I want to be able to like, okay, well fuck y'all, here's my solar panel, and that's why, you know, I got a really big house. I'm gonna rent this one out to somebody else. I'm gonna get a smaller house and buy that house and put everything off the grid because I'm tired of this shit. I don't like somebody being able to cut anything off where I'm living at. You know what I'm saying? Those panels. I'm sorry, y'all, I can't see y'all. I gotta take my glasses off. Those panels, what you saying? Solar panels are poisonous. Solar panels are poisonous, or air loaded with energy, if I'm correct. Yeah, but if no chemtrails and salt. But listen, you're talking about chemtrails. The water plants is grabbing. I don't know whether they're grabbing sewage water and recycling it back to us. I don't know where they're getting that water from. Where's that water coming? Hell, that water's coming from the sky too. That water's coming straight out the sky into the lake or whatever they're getting the water from, into their sewage system. Then they clean it out and recycle it back to us. Or whatever the hell they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. But I know them water plants stink. Have you driven past a water plant? It smells fucking terrible. Oh my God. And I don't know why they're processing water and sewage in the same. I don't know. So it's water plants be banging. Like, have you for miles? You can smell that bullshit for miles. Like, oh my God. This is not natural. I mean, I know lakes have a funky smell to them because of the fish and whatever's decaying, and rivers got their own smell. Rivers don't smell that bad, but like lakes, oceans smell pretty good, but water plants, oh, banging down the street, you can smell that boost. You can smell it as soon as you coming up on it, and it's always water and sewage together. So they processing all that shit in the same place. I'm sorry, I'd rather get my shit straight from the sky because they getting a combination of recycled water and sewage and everything else, and they're cleaning it out, sending it back to us, putting it through a process, adding all kind of chemicals and all kind of weird stuff to it. Well, I'd rather just have to like distill it or whatever. I mean, I'm sure it's probably going to be jet fuel and all kind of weird stuff in the evaporated water from the thing. But I'd rather go ahead and get that machine. Get that machine and have it, and then it'll have a filter. Most of those machines have a filtration system in it, and get the water from the environment. I'm still trying to figure out if that guy, that dude that said that he was able to make a car in Africa that runs strictly off of like energy. I don't know whether solar energy or what it is, but he's able to you charge it up. You can actually light up your house with it and everything like that. I don't know if that guy is really true or if he was lying and whatever. But because someone said that the battery came from like Amazon, you can just buy it off Amazon and whatever. But nevertheless, my mind is starting to go towards how do I not use all these utilities that I'm using from the government, state and government and stuff. How do I set myself up to where I'm independently living without all this stuff, where somebody can just cut my shit off, cut my family off of any utility as they feel? And my thing is, what I think it is to downsize. Because really, all of this big house, you know what's weird when you are able to get a big huge house, you realize that you really only be in two rooms, 2 or 3 rooms. It's a waste of energy and time. If you don't really need a big house, don't get one. Trust me. If you don't need it, don't get it. I mean, I got it because I thought that I was going to be like communal, like bringing people in and out, like starting like a domestic violence shelter and helping people and everything like that. But as my life is like taking a turn, that's not really what my destiny is. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with my life. I'm still trying to figure that out. But I thought my destiny was to like open up houses and help the homeless and all sort of stuff. And pretty much over time, I've been pretty much told, no, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? That's you've done that enough, throughout your whole life. Then you got something else that I guess I'm trying to be told to do. So I got all these properties like thinking that was where I was moving towards in life. But now I have to like rethink, okay, well, I didn't really need this huge house because I'm not really going to be doing that anyway. I'm going to be moving to something else, probably like something more off grid, like to where I'm independently, without relying on all this stuff just to keep my water on, electric on, gas on. I don't even think I want to gas anything. I don't want a house with any gas. I want it probably to be solar or some other kind of energy source, not nuclear. No, I don't want to do. I don't want that either. But because the way they got this grid going on, if it gets too cold, they'll shut the grid off. People will be sitting there blacked out for like days, dying and all kind of stuff. Just like they had when they had that freeze out here. People did the thing that's sad about like living down in a place like this where you only have like two real serious seasons, like fall, spring, and summer, and you don't have a full like cycle of seasons. Like when I lived in Michigan, you had all four seasons. You had winter, you had fall, you had summer, you had spring, and it gets just as hot down here as it is down here. So you understand how to survive in all those different weather conditions. Here, if it gets too cold, everything shuts down, and no one knows what to do in that situation. You know what I'm saying? And that is not cool. Like they don't have like stuff like salt to be prepared to put down on the ground because they always trying to protect their homes. Everything is so superficial about, oh no, we don't put down salt because our cars, it rusts out the car. Who gives a fuck if you're sliding on ice? I'd rather have a rusty car than a goddamn 16 car pileup. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? What is the thought pattern? What is the thought in that? Oh no, we only gonna put down salt, sand on the thing because it's gonna mess up the roads. Fuck the roads. Like, what about all this fatalities because you got all this black ice being formed because you guys are putting down the wrong thing. Now, I will say that when you go into like places like Michigan and Detroit and stuff like that, they roads is tore up. They roads is jacked up. Honey, you will hit a pothole so big you think you going to hell. You will hit a pothole, honey. Your car will split in half. You hit a pothole out there in Detroit. You better go around that bitch. Don't think you can don't think, oh man, I'll just roll over. Hell, honey, a whole sinkhole will open up and you'll just be down in the center of the earth. That's the only downside to having putting down salt, especially in a place when you have a lot of trucks and stuff, because that salt does something to the gravel or whatever, and the big ass trucks be just ripping holes into the ground. However, it's enough money down here in Texas to fix that. You know what I'm saying? Because all I see is construction everywhere, and they be constructed. They just be making up shit to do. You know what I'm saying? Just construction jobs, just making up stuff. Like, what are they doing with that? Why are they doing it? You'll be driving down the thing, all of a sudden they gotta veer off because they just started some new stuff. And it don't be nobody in the trucks. Don't be nobody doing nothing. Just they like go in there, park the trucks, and it'd be empty work site, and don't nobody nothing's being done. And they'll leave it like that for about 5 years. Then finally, in about the 10th year, they start working and hurry up and get it done. That's the type of shit they do. So that's how you know they got money down here to waste. So they might as well go ahead and put some salt down onto this ground so people ain't slipping and sliding. But I'm really talking about the seasons and how people don't know how to, regulate themselves accordingly if you don't have all the seasons. So I'm still trying to think if I want to stay down here in Texas or I'm going to move somewhere that has all the seasons. I don't know. I'm still trying to contemplate because I'm kind of getting bored with Texas. Texas is cool, but either that or move out into the country. And I found out if you go to HUD home store, you could buy a house for like $1,000 down or like some kind of crazy little amount down. And I'm like, the way I'm starting to like not really feel like superficial about different stuff, like hell, as long as it's got, I don't really need to be in the rural like area. One thing that this living here has helped me out with, because I'm like not close to where, because I always like to stay next to a supermarket. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to be able to quickly go into, but my other house where I was at was close to everything. And I realized I didn't go to none of that shit. So I'm like, I don't really need to be close to all this stuff like malls and all that stuff. I don't be doing that anyway. So now that I've like realized that I don't really be interacting and being out here like that, then I could go into a rural area and be good. You know what I'm saying? Long as I can get something delivered there, I'm straight, you know? And then try to figure out a way to not even need to have anything delivered there and do everything self-sustained. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the way I'm going. And I wasn't sure whether I wanted to go self-sustained or do like some van life shit. You know what I'm saying? Just drive around traveling. The only thing about that is you practically homeless. Like you homeless. Like what are you going? Oh, a van life? No, you're homeless. You know what I'm saying? So the only thing, your car breaks down, it's kind of scary. You know what I'm saying? And you probably got to be making some like that to not be completely homeless on like on a homeless level where you just really living out your car. You better, you need to have like some money in the bank so anything happens to that car or whatever, you got enough gas, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's, but like I wanted to travel. I wanted to like travel here, travel there. But I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I guess I'm having like a midlife crisis. I don't know. You're trying to figure out what you're gonna do with the rest of your life. Because that's what happens when you get this age. Like, what am I gonna do? You know what I'm saying? I think I've done pretty much everything I could think of up to this point. I don't know what I'm gonna do next. You know what I'm saying? So it's either some kind of travel thing or traveling with my kids, taking them to different countries, letting them see the world, or becoming like a hermit living in a rural landscape, being self-sustained. I don't know. So I'm weighing out those different options. But yeah, you know what? I was not expecting to be on here this long. I just wanted to like just pop on here because I wasn't on here yesterday. I didn't do a show yesterday. The day before that, I got into a huge argument with one of my people that comes here, supporters. But see, here's the thing: ever since I've been debating and stuff like that on Sinetter and different channels, once you win the debates, then you have all these men that become like, oh, she ain't gonna beat me in the debate. And then they just want to come up there and you could be talking about elephants and they want to debate you on that. It don't matter what you talking about. They try to pick a debate with you. And I'm like, dude, that was a planned out debate. I was able to prepare. That's why I won. You know what I'm saying? Because I had enough time. I can debate a person. I can argue with, have a discussion. However, like I don't sit here every day just wanting to debate people all day long. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I just be talking about a subject and then somebody just wants to get up and just for the hell of it debate me because of the fact that I had won those two debates. So now it just makes people, it's almost like a person when you're a comedian, they'd be like, tell a joke. When I used to do comedy, you're a comedian, tell a joke. I was like, dude, bro, what? You don't tell nobody if they doing if I work at McDonald's, you don't tell nobody to make me a hamburger. You know what I'm saying? Why are you gonna tell me because I'm a comedian just out of the blue to tell you a joke? If I'm a doctor, you don't want me to do surgery on me right now. You know what I'm saying? You a doctor, do surgery. If you come on, I need the open heart surgery right now. You a doctor. I mean, but they do kind of like, if you a doctor, they will kind of start spitting off like their symptoms and stuff to you. Man, you a doctor, man. I've been having been feeling kind of, my throat has been kind of itchy. I try, and you at Thanksgiving dinner. Like, dude, I'm not diagnosing you. Go come to my office when it's open. Don't I'm not diagnosing you mid. And I find myself, I got a lot of nurse friends and stuff like that. And I do kind of find myself getting advice from them. Like this in the mid, we be talking about stuff, and somehow I end up in some like medical thing where I'm talking about whatever I'm going through, and they give me medical advice. So, but I don't know why we do that. Oh, you a nurse? Hell, I got this bump right here. Can you tell me what it is? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you a comedian? Do some comedy. Oh, you work at McDonald's? Make me a hamburger. Like, come on now. Anyway, I don't even know how I got on that subject. I'm just rambling right now at this point. I am rambling. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but I've been, I haven't been able to just freestyle in a while. I've been wanting to, you know what I'm saying, but I had went through a little depression, you know what I'm saying? I've been going being a little overwhelmed, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know why. Well, you know, I'm gonna say this is that, you know, when you put yourself in a position where, and it be your fault, the shit that happened, you know what I'm saying? When you put yourself into a position where a lot of shit go down and you lose a lot and stuff like that, you have to go through a time of like reflection. And I had to reflect on a lot of things, you know, and I lost a lot of stuff. I'm kind of like slowly coming back, getting back to where I was. I'm going through a little like trials and stuff like that here, having to reconfigure things, you know what I'm saying? But the person that I had, so a lot of times to get out of to change how things are in your life, you have to completely become a different person. You can't be going through life doing the same exact thing and expect different results. That's insanity, right? So it's been a lot of habits that I had to like slowly break, and I'm still, so like it's very difficult to like not do the same thing. People constantly come to me for when they have a problem, and for some reason I don't know how to. I had to learn how to say no. That has been the biggest and hardest struggle for me, is learning how to tell a person no, and also learning how to cuss a motherfucker out and not bite my tongue. That was the biggest thing, because I've always tried to keep a certain level of professionalism and decorum, and not, and then by the time I finally say something, I'm raising all hell, and all hell done broke loose. You know, my biggest two things have been learning how to say no, and saying no and meaning and shit, and being fine with it and not giving a fuck. Like, bro, I don't have to be cool with you. I don't have to be your friend. I don't have to care. Like, fuck you. I had to learn how to be like that. Then I had to learn, number two is I had to learn how to say no. I had to learn how to be able to cuss a person out and tell them off at right when it happens. You know what I'm saying? Don't hold it in. Don't ponder on it. Think, no, if you would deal with the situation right when it happens. Because a lot of time, because you know what I learned? You see all this weight on me. You see how I'm like overweight and things like that. A lot. I learned a lot of this stuff recently. When you hold things in, it creates inflammation in the body. Somebody fuck with you, you don't say nothing, you're holding your tongue, you're biting your tongue. They say that even in relationships, like say if you're romantically involved with a person, and you're always, and that has happened with me, and you're just biting your tongue and you ain't saying nothing, and you just like, okay, all right, okay, and you, what happens is that you, if you don't open up your throat chakra and speak up for yourself or whatever, all that stuff gets stored in different parts of your body, and then you end up gaining weight because you're in like the flight or flight mode, and your body thinks, because of the fact that you're tensed up, all this stuff, so your body goes into protection mode. And what you get is padding. You get extra fat stored or whatever, and then that fat creates inflammation in the body. So a lot of times, like I've been losing weight based on fasting and based on taking like certain supplements. um I mean, if you notice, like this whole double chin used to be down here somewhere, but so I'm kind of stuck at a certain weight. I'm trying to get past that weight, but the biggest thing has been removing people away from my life, that especially make that I have not been able to express myself with, because they're too sensitive to take it, or hey, I'm trying to bite my tongue, and I'm not trying to say nothing, and now I say something immediately. And then what happens is people say, well, you're a priest. I'm not supposed to what? I'm supposed to take your shit because I'm a priest? No, you know what? One thing I learned about African spirituality is that, okay, especially if you're a priest of the Orisha were not, they were light beings, but they also had a dark side. Like, okay, my head Orisha is the owner of air, right? So that means it could be the first breath you take when you cut on this earth. It could also be the last breath you take. Okay, it could be a wind, or like a smooth, nice wind that during the summertime that cools you off, or it could be a hurricane, a tornado. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that, and what I realized, it could be, you know what I'm saying? It could knock shit down. It could be destructive, or it could just knock everything down and just destroy everything. You know. And I noticed that with all the Orisha. River, So you could have a flood that knock a whole town out. You know what I'm saying? You can have a Yemoya, the ocean. You can have a tsunami knock a whole town out and have destruction. But you can also go to that same ocean and it is beautiful. You get to sit out there and it's and whatever. I wouldn't want to go in. There's too much weird. Ocean is wild. I wouldn't want to be fooling around with water. Water is weird. Whatever's inside that water is crazy. I don't fool around with the water. But um no, it's too much wild stuff in that water. You know what I'm saying? I like my water controlled in a tub, pool, whatever. I'm not trying to go. If I can't see through that bitch and see what's underneath there, I'm not trying to go. Okay? So, yeah, but the Orisha, those elements of nature, right? You have a volcano, right? The Agayu, right? Volcanoes look great, but it could also explode and destroy everything. The earth. It could there's actually one volcano over there it's on Yellowstone that if that sucker go off, that's it for the world. Okay? So that those orishas when we talk about forces of nature and actually how nature works, people expect, oh, you're a pastor, you are a person that you're supposed to be completely of one side. That's not balanced. Okay? So no, if you slap me on the face, I'm gonna slap you back. Okay? If you turn the other cheek, my ass. I'm not gonna just keep turning my cheek, then keep turning until you just slapping my butt cheeks, my face cheeks, every cheek in the everywhere. No. So yeah, I'm not turning the other cheek. I might turn the other cheek to go grab my pistol and shoot you or whatever. I'm not gonna just keep turning the other cheek, bro. So that's one thing people need to learn about when they come. And shouts out to African spirituality that showed me, okay, that's imbalanced to completely be docile and let people run over top of you. Cause that's kind of what Christianity kind of taught, the way I was brought up, and I took things almost very literally, you know what I'm saying? To a very literal point where I was just trying to be the best Christian person I could be by allowing people to basically be a doormat. And no, I'm not doing that shit no more. I'm done. I'm not a doormat. I'm not a stepping stool for nobody. I can help you out. I could be a helping hand, but I'm not a stepping stool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a doormat. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to run over top of me. And I've always been this way, but I've always controlled it. I never I always try to keep composure to a certain. Sometimes you need to lose composure so people don't have to play with you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you need to let people know not to play with you. Straight up. And I don't know why we have there was a such thing called a slave Bible, and I believe that a lot of the way that we raise our children is on some kind of trying to be humble and sit down. That's what Kendrick said. Be humble, sit down. No, I'm not sitting down. I'm not gonna be humble. Hey, I got royalty inside my DNA. That's how he did his whole Super Bowl thing. No, I'm not gonna be humble and sit down. I'm not gonna just let you talk to me in your kind of way because I'm a so-called priest and you just get to run over top of me. Honey, there's consequences for everything. You need to be having respect and chill out. You know what I'm saying? Because you're doing too much, sir. But he was going all ham, calling me this, calling me that. And I'm like, sir, to me, just to pick a fight, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy how I went through all that. But let's go back to the initial subject I was talking about 15 minutes ago. I hope y'all can follow this conversation. That's one thing about Geminis. We can be talking about one thing, go on a tangent, and then come right back to the subject. But that tangent lasted about 15 minutes. It's unless you're not paying attention, that you might miss it. I'm really still talking about this subject right here. Man, listen, I'm not gonna keep y'all too much longer. Thank you guys for checking me out. I'm gonna probably do another one tomorrow morning, depending on how I feel. You know what I'm saying? Because I miss talking to you guys, you know what I'm saying? Just rambling about stuff, that's going on. I like the Kendrick, by the way, I liked Kendrick Lamar's halftime show. I I like the fact that he was able to have that much breath control, and I was like, okay, was he live or was he lip singing? If he was not lip singing throughout that whole thing, shouts out to him. For all I'm saying, I didn't like it very much. It was I didn't know the song. So what? We don't be knowing them songs of them country music people that be on doing the Super Bowl. Y'all used to have all kind of little whack people up there performing country music and all this other stuff. We get one person, because y'all don't understand it. Well, hell, I didn't know what Garth Brooks, when he was up there, what the hell he was singing about. Okay? Well, I don't know that song. You know what I'm saying? Y'all people like, y'all think that everybody know who y'all's people is, and everybody know what they songs is about. No, we don't know what that song is. We just tolerated it all them years that all them country people was on the Super Bowl during halftime. So we get our one person that's hip hop rapping, and y'all don't understand. Okay, well now you know how we feel. Damn it, you know. Also, I want y'all to check out this guy named Adonis. I'm gonna be talking about his stuff pretty soon too. He's over there in London, and they talking about like all those Londoners, and it's weird because it's becoming like a culture war between the blacks in other countries versus us. You know, I don't know why everybody wants to hate us. You know, we got the white people that hate us, we got the Latinos mad at us. Now we got the Africans mad at the British, the Caribbean, everybody mad at us. Maybe it's because they not like us. I don't know. Because they not like us. They not like us. Everybody's mad at us. Everybody wants to come over into the black community with swastika flags, and I'm like, they wasn't even bothering y'all. Why y'all gotta come over there bothering them with swastika flags? They Cincinnati. They over there. They minding their business in their little neighborhood, their little black neighborhood. They hear these dudes come with a U-Haul truck piling out, talking about some white power, whatever they doing, making with their guns, and why? For what? But you know, you had to go into this community that ain't even thinking about you to say what? To almost get your ass kicked? You know what I'm saying? to damn near get your ass kicked, because I'm sure that you went to the wrong projects with that bullshit. They went to the wrong place, honey. The whole neighborhood came out like, what? Let me tell you something. Don't listen. Everybody think that ain't no unity, but let me tell you something. You want to know how there's unity? Go to the projects and let there be a fight. Okay, it'll be a whole mob of people about to fight one person, and then you'll have that mob of people about to fight that other group, and it'll be a mob of people. There is unity, and that mob will come together and turn on you at some point. If you ain't, they will come together for that one thing, but then they'll get back to arguing and be about to fight again and be mad at each other. Listen. Shouts out, guys. Much love. I just want to get up on here and just ramble and talk some stuff. I need to get in here and probably try to get some work done. You know, I might come back on later on, depends. But shouts out for anybody who stayed this long for me. Thank you guys for thumbs up in the video. Please subscribe. Also, I've also been telling you about my children's channel. I'm about to be uploading more stuff to that. So watch out for that. All right, much love.
Alchemize your energy, darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.